style and charm, she's a stunner. Flipping through gloss like the latest craze. Trying him to cook, oh how they dazzle they We keep it real, spilling the truth. In our circle of queens, there's always food. From lipstick shades, to celebs, we sharing the vibe, feel the edges of the crease. Page by page, we turn our worlds. Sit still and strong, and life unfurls.
Hey, 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 ladies and gents, we here for round 2 with these documents. Y'all ready? I know y'all ready. Sure. It's a whole lot going on with this Ford F-350, baby, more than what the junk is even worth. Okay. Checking to make sure my mic not muted. All right. I think y'all can hear me. Let me get the speaking so we can get on with the documents and I could drop the link. I got old girl reading it for me, too, so I could sit back and take notes. Hey, Chick-fil-A gal, you off from work? Hey, Juju D. Hey, Tamara. Hey, social wife Melissa. Hey, April B. Did the time change? Oh, yeah. I told you I was going to come at 5:30, but sure, I had to get something to eat. Hey, let's talk about it all. Hey, Eve has many faces. Y'all know I'm doing my cleanse, so I had to get some grilled chicken. Well, rotisserie chicken. I'm not, Nesto, I don't know if he on the water, fast or whatever, but sure. I'm just eating clean. Running the errand. Okay. Hey, Victor DeVille. Hey, Florida Girl. Hey, Black Rose. Hey, Miss J.E.J. Hey, Chanel. Hey, J. Blake. Hey, Kim. Hey, Justin's mom. Hey, Miss HLS. Hey, Nola. Hey, I'm free to be me. Hey, Tam. Hey, Tell the Truth. Welcome back, everybody that was here for round 1. Hey, Love to Shot 1212. Hey, Jackson Tabasco. Hey, April B. Hey, Keisha Marie, Sassy Sue, Latita. Latita ready, y'all. She already told me she coming up. Hey, Jim Chick. Hey, Patty. Hey, April B here. All right. Okay, so I'm getting caught up in the chat. Hey, Annie. He's on. I'm scared as hell. Annie, listen. See what I did? I ate fruits and vegetables, for my breakfast and lunch. Okay. So now I'm eating some rotisserie chicken with some veggies. Okay, Nestor, I ain't on what you on. And I'm drinking water. Okay. Hey, no. Hey, cross country cruise her twice a day. Yes, Mistress Monica. We have to come back and get into these documents. Hey, Miss Veronica. Hey, complicated. Hey, ain't no fun when the rabbit got the pow. Ernesto begging off money from Dre, so he dropped a 0. Cynthia, child, he may be trying to stack his dough. That's over there saying, I'm going to stack my dough. Because when they hit that guilty verdict, he cutting everybody off. But like old girl told him, you still know how to cut hair, don't you? You ain't lost your skill set, have you? That tickled me. Sure, he just sitting up in laying around on a tablet all damn day long. He ain't trying to make no money. Somebody may have gone down to South Carolina to the root man for the next door and told him to drink his urine. Ooh, Nesto might be up there drinking his own urine for 21 days. Because I'm like, how you gonna do a fast, Nesto? I mean, maybe he just giving up communication. You know what I'm saying? Because when we were talking about the Daniel fast over here, some people were saying it was gonna give us social media, shopping. They were giving up different things. It wasn't, the food or the nutrition. Some did do the food and nutrition, some did alcohol. Like people were picking different things to do. That's my point. All right, Miss E and Vic to the Veil modding for me on today. Yes, I did push it back from 5:30 to 6 because I had to get me something to eat. Okay, I couldn't do another fruit and vegetable meal. I needed something I could chew on. Did Shirley instruct him on the fast? Sure. He probably Googled something over there and he said, "What can I do?" Baby, he should have been fasting and praying from day one instead of sitting up here cupcaking on these people's phone, not taking this as seriously as it is. Now it done hit him. Now he want to take action. Okay. Hey, Miss Buckeye, I'm gonna wait till a 10-minute mark before we get into it, just in case people are getting they tea, they lemonade, they whatever they sipping on, or they dinner. Me too, I'm sick of salads. Me too. Oh my God. I had the spinach. And then I put like some blueberries and strawberries on top. I didn't do no salad dressing because I'm trying to, cleanse my body out because I ate like a fat hog, a pig in Miami, right? For breakfast, I just had fruit. I had like blueberries, raspberries, and strawberries for breakfast in a bottle of water. For lunch, I had pretty much the same thing. I just added the spinach to it. It was hard going down, but it went down. So for dinner, I got broccoli and rotisserie chicken. I got it from Publix, the lemon pepper one. Hey, the real VB Law and Order certified. He was like, "What can I do to get this monkey off my back?" True. He should have wrote apology letters over there. When he was asking Dre to, seeing him put some money on his book so he can get the writing and putting those stamps on there. I told him to get some forever stamps, child, so he can lock in the amount, right? Okay, since he gonna be there for a minute. So maybe he should have been writing apology letters. I don't know. Hey, Cupcake, you love Miami? Me too. I had not been in maybe like 2 or 3 years, but when I did go, I went for an event. So you go for events, you gotta you can't really do like you want to. But this time I was free. Get some protein. It will keep you from getting so hungry. Thank you, Janetta. Hey, out the bushes. I had salads the past 4 days. Today, you did smothered turkey wings, rice, green beans, cornbread, chocolate cake for dessert. Monday, back to keto. Okay, so I'm doing low carbs too, something similar to keto, but I do try to get my carbs in, while I'm at work. So at night, I'm not eating carbs before, while I'm talking to y'all and before bed. I have a sandwich with zero carb bread. Have you tried that hero bread? Someone recommended it to me. I tried it. It's expensive, but I put it in a refrigerator so it can last longer. That sounds good. Yes, it do sound good, Jay Blake. All right, we are a little past the 10-minute mark. We about ready to get into it. Hopefully, everyone will join us. They may have to slide it back. Hey, Nestos, thank you for being here and modding. I'm baking my homemade crab cakes right now. That sounds good. That's why I always ask y'all what y'all eating, because I be living through y'all meals since I be over here eating the boring stuff, because I can't really cook too much since I'm the only one here. Yes, that was my gig today. Okay, I got some for free. All right. Okay. We gave him an extra minute, y'all. We said at the 10-minute mark. Okay, here go Vicky. Hey, Miss Boogie Down. I used to be the queen of juicing, salads, fruits. Since the pandemic, I have started eating so much meat. Okay, I'm trying to build up my appetite for veggies again. I used to even make veggie spring rolls. Okay, Vic. Okay, the birthday girl is back. There she goes. Today is her birthday. Listening while I'm getting dressed to go out for the beat day. Enjoy, enjoy. Yeah, I wish there she go a birthday, a happy birthday. We wished her a happy birthday earlier, but we gonna do it again, right? All right, y'all. I got all four emotions pulled up here. I did not, of course, do the audio for the exhibits. Okay, so we can roll those exhibits back though, or pause it. I think I did scroll at least past them or something chill, but let's get to it. First up, the state's fifth baby, number 5, certificate of discovery. Baby, they say Shirley got 2025.04.18 response regarding Shirley. Okay, Miss Strawberry, 12875, 189 compressed PDF, baby. They had to put that in a zip file. All right, let's get to it. Let me see what it look decent on y'all end. I think it do. Hey, Reefs and Muffs, mom, back for round 2. Okay, it seemed like it looked good on y'all end. All right. Let me see. Sound check, check, check 1, check 2.
Fulton County Superior Court. Electronically filed. CL date, April 21st, 2025, 2:03 p.m. Che, Alexander, Clerk. In the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia, case number 24 SC 001723 VS. Judge Eric Dunaway, Ernest Williams, aka Ernest Leveled Williams, aka Nesto. State's 5th certificate of discovery comes now the state of Georgia, by and through the undersigned counsel, and certifies that, in accordance with OCGA Section 1716(1), counsel of record for the defendant has been served with a copy of the following items by sending the below items to attorneys Sean Hoover and Joy Walker via email. The items listed below, due to their sensitive nature, have not been filed directly with the clerk's office. 1, 2025, April 18, response for Strawberry 128751889, compressed, PDF. If any of the above items are not received by the defendant, he is instructed to immediately contact the undersigned counsel at will.wooten@fultoncountyga.gov. This 21st day of April 2025, Fannie T. Willis, District Attorney, Atlanta Judicial Circuit, S. John W. Will Wooten, John W. Will Wooten, Georgia Bar, number 410684, Deputy District Attorney, Fulton County District Attorney's Office, 136, Pryor Street, Southwest 3rd floor, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303, will.wooten@fultoncountyga.gov.
Okay, that's document number 1. Hey, Kings Talk with Mimi. Thank you for being here, sis, and supporting the channel. El Sid, thank you for being here. Queen Black. I think I missed Gina. Hey, Gina. I was trying to look as y'all popped in, but I didn't want to stop it. But go, okay. She got the southern accent too, Chul. I want the sensitive in nature document, sir. Mr. Tight Pants be trying to make sure well, he try to do his best to make sure we don't get these documents that he put up in there, child. He'll put them under lock or upload them at the last minute. He try to be messy. Latita. Can woo 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 woo? Yes. Can we woo woo woo? Yes, 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 we can. Okay, I don't know what Sean gonna do, baby. But I said, baby, Nesto going through the motions. Is it a fake? Is it a fool? Is it a fraud? Or is it a forge? Okay, that's what I titled this one. Okay, so right here we see that Shirley been turning in her documents. Maybe she had to go gather some information. We don't know. And like Vicky said, we want to know. Okay. But if they go to trial, maybe that's when we will find out. Or, if he plea out, some people think he's gonna take a plea. We will never know. Okay. But right now, Shirley is cooperating with them folks. And she's trying to do whatever she can do, to, make things right, I guess, after the fact, because she was really sticking with her husband. We listened to what, 3 videos yesterday and today, and we could see, how Nesto was playing on Shirley's top. She was really depending on him to get the information about this truck. I don't think she knew the point. I guess the thing that I want to know is, when did she find out? You know what I mean? When did she find out, that the truck was in her name? And to me, because they were married and they weren't getting a divorce, even if she found out before he went to jail, it wasn't a deal breaker for her. Okay, because they are together. I thought when y'all folks be married, it's community property. So maybe that's why she didn't do anything about it, because they were still together, they were still married, they were still planning, to be together, to the end. But things, of course, have changed now. They're divorced. But maybe that's why, one reason why she didn't do anything, at the time she found out, if she found out prior to him going to jail. Now, for me, it would have been, smoke in the city. Okay. But even if she found out after he went to jail, she did make the payments, which they're going to talk about. They're going to make note of all of that information. But maybe that's why she didn't do anything. And we also talked about the third party insurance earlier, going through insurance agents. When you guys have a family, insurance agent, you can just go in there, and add, delete as, you like, without having to show the proper documentation. We talked about that earlier. All right, let's go on the doc. I'm trying to see if y'all got anything in this comment field. I'm waiting on mine to refresh. There we go. Hey, Pen Pal. Hey, Lady Janice. We just started, y'all. Didn't miss much. Hey, hey, hey. Woo, woo, woo. What did I miss? Not too much. We just went over one document so far. Yes, welcome to the front porch, everyone. Please like the live. Well, woo, 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 wootin'. Exactly. He tries. I tried to throw him a little bone, Chick-fil-A gal. Hey, Real. I keep saying he can't fast for 21 days. He's going to bury someone for money. Hey, Bank. I don't blame Slowberry. I was seen like a mockingbird. Yes, they'll be like, slow down. It says she made the payment because she didn't want it on her credit, which that's understandable, because she was in the rebuilding stage, which she's probably still rebuilding now. She didn't have anywhere to live at. She didn't have a vehicle. And for those things, she's going to need some decent credit. So I can understand her paying it for the credit purposes. In a way I can, in a way I can't, because I felt like once the truck had been repoed, it had already hit her credit. But I get it. I can go with that argument, but I can also rebuttal it. But I'm gonna let Mr. Tight Pants do that, okay? She would have had to report him for doing a crime, and Miss Shirley couldn't do that. It's too much like regular folks, okay? I would tell everything. I would be a whole elderly damsel in distress. I don't blame you. Hey, design and decor. And Will Wooten last response. Okay, yes, we will get to that. Okay. I'll come back and read your comment. Hey, Shirley's divorced finally. She also thought she had an honest husband and thought she was his only wife. That is true. That is true. I'm gonna come back and read your comment, Nestos, when we get to that part. Any more comments about Shirley and these documents, baby? This compressed PDF file that has been turned in before we move on to our next document. Well, we do know that Joy and Sean have copies of whatever was turned in with this, this 5-piece, baby. Okay, because this is the 5th certificate of discovery. My God, they got a lot of stuff to go through. Okay, she's still responsible for the payments and she's not going to file a complaint or police report. She's just cooperating. I'll be singing like Whitney Houston on crack, baby. Crack is whack. Release the PDF, free it. Hey, Angel here. Okay, let's go on to the next one. That one's kind of short anyway, but we get our little jabs in.
In the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia, State of Georgia. Case number 24SC 001723 VS. Judge Eric Dunaway, Ernest Williams, aka Ernest Leveled Williams, aka Nesto.
In spot.
State's notice of filing supplemental exhibit to state's motion to dismiss defendant's motion to suppress. Vehicle search for lack of standing comes now, the state of Georgia, by and through the undersigned counsel and gives. Notice of filing this supplemental exhibit to the state's motion to dismiss defendant's motion 2. Suppress vehicle search for lack of standing filed on January 24, 2025. The state previously submitted that it expects that if called as a witness in this matter, Shirley Strawberry would testify that the defendant purchased a Ford F-350 vehicle and registered it in her name without her knowledge or consent. See state's motion to dismiss at 5. On April 18, 2025, the state received documents in response to a request issued to Westlake Financial Services, a financial services company offering automotive financing. Those documents include a motor vehicle credit application and a retail installment contract executed in connection with the purchase of the Ford F-350 at issue in the defendant's suppression motion. See Exhibit 1, Retail Motor Vehicle Credit. Application and retail installment contract and security agreement. The documents falsely and fraudulently purport to have been executed by Ms. Strawberry and include at least 5 forged electronic signatures made in her name. See OCGA, Section 16993D and 169-12101, Fulton County Superior Court. E-filed. CL date. April 21st, 2025, 2 o'clock and 3 minutes, P.M. Che Alexander, clerk. The vehicle credit application lists Ms. Strawberry's telephone number at the time the application was executed as 678. This telephone number is unknown to Ms. Strawberry and has never belonged to her. A search of law enforcement databases reveals that this telephone number currently belongs to or previously belonged to a subject identified as Alasia Joliet Alexander, a known associate of the defendant. The application further lists Ms. Strawberry's email address as Dot. This email address is unknown to Ms. Strawberry and has never belonged to her. The application further lists Ms. Strawberry's employer as Premier. Networks with the telephone number 770. A search of law enforcement databases indicates that this telephone number is not associated with Premier Networks. Moreover, Premier Networks is headquartered in Sherman Oaks, California, and presumably would not use a telephone number with a 770 area code, which serves the Atlanta metropolitan area. The application further lists a subject identified as Carlos Lamont as Ms. Strawberry's nearest relative. The application describes Carlos Lamont as a friend and lists Carlos Lamont's telephone number as 424. A search of law enforcement databases reveals that this telephone number currently belongs to or previously belonged to a subject identified as Earl Lamont Dunbar, a known associate of the defendant. The defendant has made numerous lengthy telephone calls to Mr. Dunbar at the telephone number 424 while incarcerated at the Cobb County Jail since his initial arrest in this matter. Finally, the application lists a subject, identified as Falta Ellis as Ms. Strawberry's additional reference, and lists Falta Ellis's telephone, number as 404. A search of law enforcement databases reveals that this telephone number currently belongs to or previously belonged to a subject identified as Jasmine Dominique Ellis, a known associate of the defendant. Ms. Strawberry has no knowledge of any individual using the name Carlos Lamont or of any individual using the name Falta Ellis.
Shirley said, I don't know them folks. Okay. I do not know them folks. Hey, go getter. Hey, Diva at Law. Diva Law 888. Did I miss anyone else that popped in? I don't think so. Maybe Angel Hair? I'm not sure. Okay, let's see. Oh, she's just speaking. Okay. All right. What we got to say about this little portion here? You know, it's a lot going on. Hey, Shirley's divorced finally. He ain't cut no hair. He don't know how. Oh, wonderful. Okay. Okay, let's start with the 5 signatures, y'all. They said, according, to Woo Woo Woo, that there were 5 forged signatures throughout these documents to obtain this F-350. Okay. Also these phone numbers, these emails, and Shirley says she don't know these folks. They even put the wrong employer on here. I'm looking back at what? Okay, we at 538. Let me scroll it back. I saw someone say it was something that they had heard for the first time. I don't know what part it was because I was behind in the chat. Okay, so Carlos Lamont is Shirley's nearest relative to Pork Chop, Earl Lamont. And then Dominique, the play daughter, Nesto's assistant, also was in on the shenanigans. Jasmine Dominique Ellis. I just hate that Shirley had all these snakes around her, and we keep hearing her talk about how everyone else is jealous, want her life. It's so messed up. Big dummy. Wow. Pork chop. Okay, what was it? Cross country cruise her. You said that was my first time hearing that. And I put in the chat, I wonder if they had to show her ID, check stubs, or a banking account info. I know we talked about this as well as, some of us have purchased vehicles and had not needed to show anything. I've only purchased vehicles for myself, and I just go with my information, okay? And I have whatever they need, for me, to need to have available, at the time of the purchase. And I know I've at least had a driver's license. You're welcome. Another one of his young hexes, yes. Remember the contract incomplete. I'm going through the document for the first time. So I don't know. I haven't got to that part yet. Maybe cross country cruiser. Hey, Esau, welcome back. Latita, I'll say my commentary for when I drop the link. Okay, so that means you're taking notes. Okay, I'm trying to make sure I get y'all comments in. If I didn't know them folks, I don't know them folks. That's all I'm saying, honey. It's Earl for me. Okay, the 5 signatures. Okay. Shirley is a snake. Was sleeping with the anaconda. Oh my God, some shady business. A limp anaconda. Yeah, he definitely had to take that liquid LB, honey. Okay, 43,000. Now you got to so I see. Listen, I'm always had my information that they needed. If they needed the W-2, the W-4, proof of job, my ID. I have a bank account, with my credit union. I don't know about all this stuff, because going and just getting a car without no information, because I usually take something with me. Even if they don't ask for it, I have it. Believe it or not, a lot of these documents go unverified. They just want them back, then up later if legal action has to be taken. Okay. Yeah, I've never been in this situation and I've had to show my stuff for my purchases. Okay. Hey, always loving life 804. Not as much as I had to show when I bought my house now, but I had to show some documentation. And, you know, at least with these phone numbers too, they were able to tie them back to Pork Chop, Alasia. So they know who these numbers really belong to. Okay, they're gonna pull out one of them phone calls if this go to trial with Lamont, aka Pork Chop. Is this your number? That's why he ain't on them calls no more. Lamont said, baby, this too close for TV. I don't want to be on TV. I don't want to be famous like Nesto. Okay. Child, and Premier Network is Shirley Employer. Okay. Well, at least he didn't say she worked for Level Up services, or they didn't use Steve Harvey name. If they have, I haven't seen it yet. Or what's the name of the company that him and Erica had? I don't drew a blank on that one. The one with Charleston White was a part of that credit repair or credit reporting. I cannot think of the name of it. I know Black Heritage Trust Radio. They didn't use that. I don't know, y'all. This is just so messed up to have this many people around you plotting on your downfall.
As Falta Ellis as Ms. Strawberry's additional reference and lists Falta Ellis's telephone number as. It is believed that Carlos Lamont and Falta Ellis are both fictitious persons whose identifying information was fraudulently created and used by the defendant for the purpose of committing a crime or fraud in connection with the purchase of the Ford F-350 at issue in the defendant's suppression motion. See OCGA Section 16.9.121 of 4. It is further believed that the telephone numbers and email address described above, none of which have any legitimate connection to Ms. Strawberry, were intentionally used to conceal the fact that Ms. Strawberry's name, date of birth, social security number, and other identifying information were used in connection with the purchase of the Ford F-350 at issue in the defendant's suppression motion. For these reasons, and for the reasons set forth in the state's motion to dismiss defendant's motion to suppress vehicle, search for lack of standing filed on January 24, 2025, the court should dismiss the defendant's motion to suppress vehicle search on grounds that any subjective privacy expectation the defendant has asserted in the Ford F-350 at issue is not an expectation that society is prepared to accept as legitimate and objectively reasonable because the Ford F-350 was procured by fraud. As a result, the defendant lacks standing to challenge the search. Respectfully submitted this 21st day of April 2025, Fani T. Willis District Attorney, Atlanta Judicial Circuit, S. John W. Will Wooten, John W. Will Wooten, Georgia Bar, number 410684, Deputy District Attorney, Fulton County District Attorney's Office, 136, Pryor Street Southwest, 3rd floor, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303 will Wooten at fultoncountygay.gov with warrant in the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia, case number 24 SC 001723 VS. Judge Eric Dunaway, Ernest Williams, aka Ernest Williams, aka Nesto. Certificate of Service. I hereby certify that I have this day served a copy of this state's notice of filing. Supplemental exhibit to state's motion to dismiss defendant's motion to suppress vehicle search for lack of standing upon all counsel who have entered appearances as counsel of record in this matter via the Fulton County e-filing system. this 21st day of April 2025, Fonnie T. Willis, District Attorney, Atlanta Judicial Circuit, S. John W. Will Wooten John W. Will Wooten Georgia Bar, number 410684, Deputy District Attorney, Fulton County, District Attorney's Office, 136, Prior Street Southwest, 3rd floor, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303, will.wooten@fultoncountygay.gov. Fulton County Superior Court. Electronically filed. NY date. April 23rd, 2025, 8:26 p.m. Che Alexander, Clerk. In the Superior
Nothing
Court
but a
of
myth.
Fulton County, State of Georgia. State of Georgia, indictment number 24SC001723. Plaintiff, Judge Eric Dunaway, versus Ernest Williams, defendant. Defense response to state's notice of filing supplemental exhibit to state's motion to dismiss defendant's motion to suppress. Vehicle search for lack of standing. Comes now,
Yeah,
defendant, Ernest Williams,
unfortunately.
by and through undersigned counsel, and hereby files this defense response to state's notice of filing supplemental exhibit to state's motion to dismiss defendant's motion to suppress vehicle, search for lack of standing, requesting that the court disregard the state's filing and not consider it in its decision on the merits of defendant's motion to suppress. In support of this response, Mr. Williams shows as follows. Mr. Williams filed a motion to suppress on September 30th, 2024, challenging the search of a white Ford F-350 he was driving prior to his arrest. The court held a motions hearing on December 18th, 2024, where argument from Mr. Williams and the state were presented. At the end of said hearing, the court ordered Mr. Williams and the state to file a brief outlining which pieces of evidence each believed were derived from said search and should be suppressed if the court were to agree the search itself was in fact illegal. Dusra, as instructed, the defense filed its supplemental brief to
Right.
suppress vehicle search and all derivative evidence on January 6th, 2025, outlining which pieces of evidence the defense believes should be suppressed due to law enforcement's violation of Ernest Williams' constitutional rights. The state filed its motion to dismiss defendant's motion to suppress vehicle search for lack of standing on January 24th, 2025, then filed its response to defendant's supplemental brief to suppress vehicle search and all derivative evidence on February 4th, 2025, outlining the evidence they believed should be suppressed. On April 24th, 2025, the state filed its notice of filing supplemental exhibit to state's motion to dismiss defendant's motion to suppress vehicle, search for lack of standing. In this most recent filing, which addresses defendant's motion to suppress filed on January 24th, 2025, the state presents for the first time newly acquired information that was not included in the state's filings on October 25th, 2024, January 24th, 2025, 2025, February 4th, 2025, nor presented during the hearing on December 18th, 2024. Mundrau, not only is the state's most recent filing untimely, it is also devoid of any relevant legal argument supported by case or statutory law. Instead, the state relies solely on this newly acquired information, coupled with beliefs of what the state contends it could prove if the case were to proceed to trial. Pursuant to OCGA Section 17-5-30, a 1 and 2, a defendant aggrieved by an unlawful search and seizure may move the court for the return of property, the possession of, which is not otherwise unlawful, and to suppress as evidence anything so obtained on the grounds that the search and seizure without a warrant was illegal, or the search and seizure with a warrant was illegal because the warrant is insufficient on its face, there was not probable cause for the issuance of the warrant, or the warrant was illegally executed. On a motion to suppress, the government bears the burden of showing that each individual act constituting a search or seizure under the Fourth Amendment was reasonable. Moreover, they also bear the burden to show evidence sufficient to establish the predicates for the application of any exception. Kennebrew v. State 304, Georgia 406, 2018. Absent any sworn affidavits, actual witness testimony, or transcripts, the state contends that Mr. Williams has no expectation of privacy based on their currently unfounded belief that the Ford F-350 at issue was procured by fraud. Their most recent filing suggests that if called as a witness, Shirley Strawberry would testify that Ernest Williams purchased the Ford F-350 vehicle registered in her name without her knowledge or consent. However, Mr. Williams believes the state's prior filings and disclosed evidence does not support that position. Not only were Ms. Strawberry's funds used to purchase the vehicle was put in her name, and Ms. Strawberry continued to make payments towards said vehicle afterwards. Furthermore, during their divorce proceedings, Ms. Strawberry never raised the issue of the vehicle being fraudulently acquired or owned and was ultimately awarded sole exclusive use and possession of the vehicle. See State's exhibit to dismiss defendant's motion to suppress vehicle search for lack of standing, exhibits G and H. Moreover, there has been no evidence presented that Missy Strawberry ever attempted to rescind the contract and return the vehicle once she discovered it was procured through fraudulent means. The state cannot meet their burden of proving their position by just putting it in a motion or simply saying, this is what we believe. They must present evidence so the trier of fact, in this case, the court can make the ultimate decision. That is, exactly why we tell jurors in every trial what the lawyers say is not evidence, and the state as failed to present some exception that applies to them that cuts against that most fundamental principle. Pursuant to the court's scheduling order, the state had ample opportunity to not only present such evidence they believed supported their position, but also Ms. Strawberry herself as a testifying witness before the court, but chose not to. Instead, the state called Roswell Police, Department Detective Natalie Fields. Based off her testimony, Detective Fields never told the court she uncovered information that the Ford F-350 was fraudulently purchased by Mr. Williams. Furthermore, Detective Fields never made any assertion of this alleged fraud as providing a basis for his arrest, the impoundment of the vehicle, or the search of said vehicle at the impound lot. An officer that not only ascended through the ranks so quickly, but was also acknowledged and celebrated as Officer of the Year for work done on this case would have followed those leads and presented that evidence and testimony for the court's consideration if it, in fact, existed. The only evidence presented to the court more than establishes Mr. Williams's subjective and objective expectation of privacy in the Ford F-350. The vehicle was in Mr. Williams's wife's name. Mr. Williams was able to and allowed to drive it freely, and he was known to drive the vehicle often around the state. More importantly, the state's most recent filing completely fails to address the fact that Mr. Williams was out of the vehicle and at least 50 feet away from it when arrested, and the vehicle was legally parked when law enforcement arrived. Even if what the state believes is remotely true, which we contend is not, they still have not presented a legal basis to impound and search said legally parked vehicle. Non-gavade, the search of the white Ford F-350 was illegal as said search was done without the issuance of a valid search warrant without exigent circumstances and after the vehicle was illegally impounded. Not only is the state's most recent filing untimely, it also fails to present a scintilla of evidence for the court which supports the state's beliefs. Wherefore, Mr. Williams respectfully prays that this honorable court grants defense response to state's notice of filing supplemental exhibit to state's motion to dismiss, defendant's motion to suppress vehicle search for lack of standing and disregard the state's filing and not consider it in its decision on the merits of defendant's motion to suppress. Respectfully submitted this 23rd day of April, 2025.
I'm gonna stop it right there. Sure. They say Ernesto, he respectfully prays, honey. that they throw this shit out. Okay. Ernesto say he respectfully prays. He ain't trying to be disrespectful. He ain't trying to talk about nobody. So he doing it with respect. Okay. Dang, I gotta find Ernesto's comment. It's way up here. Almost there. I think it's coming up. Oh. Nestor say he do with all due respect. That lady didn't say nothing about this truck beforehand. So why are we considering this now? Y'all made some very, very good points in the chat. I'm gonna read them. But I was trying to get back because I told her, oh, here we go. In Will Wooten's last response, he stated that Shirley didn't know the truck was in her name until after Nestor went to jail and she had to deal with that truck. We also had someone to say that I think it was Bank, but I may be wrong, that said made mention about her credit, which is understandable because, like I said, she's trying to rebuild, so she definitely don't need any strikes on her credit, to hold her back because she needed to get a place and she needed to get a vehicle. Okay, we can start right here. And Cynthia, okay, over at Angelica's shack, okay, with the rat riders, okay, telling her listeners text Shirley knew about all Nesto's cars and assisted with obtaining them, talking about she saw the emails. Baby, you saw some emails. She may have seen some emails, but they didn't come from Shirley. Okay, you have no way to verify that Shirley was actually the person in the email. Okay, unless it's a video up in there. That makes no sense. One thing she gonna do is try to cap for these damn criminals. Nesto had a plug at the dealership. I saw this comment a few times. Baby could procured by fraud tickled me. I think he had a hookup there too, because who the hell let him come up there with people credit card numbers written down? He has bounced checks in those text messages. He was begging and pleading with that person to well, the person was begging and pleading with Nesto to please come down and make this right, because my boss, my manager, is onto this now. Okay, you got me looking bad. I'm about to lose my job. But baby, they didn't know. Nesto don't give a damn about nobody that work a 9 to 5. He frown upon that. I feel like the state is going to win the filing. I hope so. Now it's Fulton County. Go. She talking about the AI. The dealership was janky anyway. He did not. He did not need no damn ID. And some of those cars from down there probably was stolen. He probably was trading stolen cars in with them. I do believe he was trading in some of his Nesto elite security vehicles. Okay. That car place is probably equivalent of a junk place. Oh my God. So she needs a 21-month fast. Okay, Cynthia says she respects his fast and still texting being thirsty. Sure, she just want to hear him breathe like Tony Braxton. She want to hear him breathe again. You think he's using someone else's pen? I mean, the call's still recorded if he is using somebody else's pen. So I don't know, child. What is that going to do for you, Nesto? Okay, Ernesto doesn't even know what a fast is. Oh Lord. Hey everybody that joined us while we were listening to that portion of the document, the motions. Okay, here's another one. Okay, Cynthia gave WW more documents. She did give more documents to review on Angelica. Okay, it's already established that April H. Okay, was EK. Sonia said she said Nesto. Okay, attorney fees agreement to sign. If he signed it, that's more fraudulent activities. Oh yeah, that really is. Plus, she was not his wife, rather not his only wife. Oh, God. Okay, he said not talking to her because she doesn't know how to shut up. Right. And he is very stressed out at this point, right? And we know she's a Debbie Downer. Hey, the tall diva. She a negative Nancy. So listen, he like, I don't even want to hear none of that negative talk right now. I'm finna just buckle up to the 30th. I don't need nobody bringing me down. Okay. So I'll holler at you on the Monday, April 31st of Neverary, okay? He may not never call her back, okay? Nesto keep getting knocked down. I bet Will got some more evidence for this response. I'm sure he does. Didn't he see the loan application? He still got to fight for his client, okay? Because he's saying that they don't have no proof, even though they got the phone numbers, the emails, the lack of, we feel, the verification documents, okay? He still fight for his life, baby. He said, my client didn't do it, and y'all don't have no proof that he did it. She made detective offer me. Guess not. Cynthia, down shirt. doesn't have any business giving interviews on anything about Ernesto and his case. That's why we're here, right? Her running her mouth. Hey, daughter of a legend, welcome. If Shirley is listening to Cynthia disrespect her name and allowing her as if she was there, she damn for sure better get on the stand and air it out, baby. Yes. Boy, they really do like Detective Fields, baby. When I tell you they act like she made president, honey, off of his one case. I mean, is this the only arrest she assisted in? Because she wasn't even the lead officer, on this arrest. So, is this the only arrest she made in her career? And he haven't even been convicted? Also, Cynthia was discussing emails, okay, that may be some emails that WW didn't know about, but because of Cynthia, he know now. Thank you, Cynthia, for being an advocate, baby. Okay, we appreciate it. And that's something that we may find out at a later date, Lady Janice. Good points. Good points to all of y'all. Sonya could be quiet if someone paid her to be. Baby, what if we put some of that Gorilla Glue on them lips over there? Then she's supposed to turn over all emails, right? All emails, anything that she has assisted Nesto in, since July 2022, she was told to turn in. He better stop playing with them lawyers. Okay. Hey, Florida girl. Nesto begging for new charges. This track with the thinking of legal bald eagle assistant. Oh Lord. Woo Woo said, respect these nuts. Y'all so mean. Nesto just like people on Wayward Street running adult kids that come to church on Easter and you don't see them anymore until next Easter. Well, Annie, he said the only thing you need to get in the pulpit is to have good teeth. Okay? Why would Cynthia mention April Holloway's email? You know she don't like Erica. Little Scooter don't know what she talking about. Cynthia, the ultimate mammy. Sorry if I missed you. Okay, we're driving. Okay, exactly, Lady T-Bud. That's what we were saying. I said, I'm convinced Cynthia do not know the definition of fraud. Because in her mind, this is silver. This is silver. But baby, he's not fighting a silver case right now. He's fighting a criminal case. You can say it 3 times like Candyman. Nothing's going to change. He's fighting a criminal case, a RICO case. It doesn't matter what you think at this point. Okay? Wait, somebody from the car place was big Ernesto for the payments? Yes, when we read the 277-page documents, we were able to see the communications between Ernesto and that person. I just can't remember their name off the top of my head. But when I drop the link and the panelists come up here, I'll try to go find it and pull it up. Okay. They were like, please, the check bounced off of Peach Street, baby. And we need you to come up here and make this right. My boss is, breathing down my neck. I'm about to lose my job. Nesto did not reply. For 4 days, he was running them 3 credit cards like a bloodhound at the race. Eddie, we got the day-go dog track down here in this part of the South. Exactly. Those are Cynthia's words. We hardworking common folks beneath Nesto. Yeah, child. Nesto say, 9 to 5, what's that? So he was robbing himself to upgrade to another scam car. Not my Tony, Lady T-Bug, baby. Listen, Nesto said he need to breathe again. Matilda Daddy selling these lemons. Hey, Major's wife. Yeah, we were wondering where he was getting those cars with no money. That's why he bought, them from California. Nesto is looking at 21-year fast. I like that one, chocolate drop. She said, bump the 21 days, baby. It's looking like 21 years. Okay. I have said he may have taken a plea and it's about to transfer. So 21 days to transfer and settle in. No, ma'am. It don't work like that. Will Wooten and them have tons of evidence that won't be released unless a trial takes place. And I don't believe Nesto going for that. A lot of people don't think he's gonna go to trial. But I would say if he do go to trial, it's because he don't have nothing else to lose at this point, y'all. It's life or death. That man's 61 and a half years old. 10 years, he getting out on the damn cane. He really gonna have one leg, baby, if he got to do 10 years. So in my mind, thinking like Nesto, not like us, critical thinkers, okay? Intelligent, thinkers here on the front porch. Thinking like Nesto, oh, well, I ain't got nothing to lose. Them folks gonna have to face me and go, because I ain't going not like this. That's what I see, what I visualize, and what I hear with Nesto, going to court. He may take a gamble. He been gambling all this time. He done got caught up. Okay. Sean Hoover is the same person that said the RICO didn't have any dates on it, but we read the RICO ourselves and it had plenty of dates on it. True. He grasping for straws. Hey, Barbarossa. He said without offering anything, just lying like his client. Baby, he's throwing everything at the wall, baby. See what's going to stick. Hey, a lady. Nesta forgot to beg Cynthia to please don't mention his case in public during his fast. Uh-oh, Muttley just mad because she arrested him. Yeah, and he jumped in the back seat of the police car like it was an Uber, talking about they threw him to the ground. And then what did he say, Annie? What was his first words, baby? They hadn't even read him his Miranda rights, baby. He said, call my lawyer, Erica Kane, and call my wife, Shirley Strawberry, of the Steve Harvey Morning Show. She the co-host. And here go the phone number. Let me unlock my phone. And so what if she did make detective? He sounds like a fool. Right. I bet his lawyer told him that she be on Angelica channel every week. They was on that last night. Hey, pen pal, I miss speaking to you. If I missed anybody, hey girl, hey. Sonya better shut up before SS sue her. She should have been put a damn gag order on that Hicks. She already broke as a joke at all with her crazy ass. Hey, Kimmy Who. I wish Shirley send Cynthia some real legal mail. Okay. So Cynthia keep defaming Shirley's character. Right. She don't know her. Everything she know is third party from Nesto. And she should know from listening to these calls, talking to him, texting him, video chatting with him, that he's a big liar. I was watching a video on Will Wooten and he is a beast in the courtroom with those white collar crimes. Yeah, Shan mentioned that. I believe it was yesterday. You must have Cynthia on your braid today. You have misread. I know. No, I try not to say her name and only call her Cynthia over here on the front porch. But sometimes I get caught up and I do call her name. But no, she was gonna be Cynthia over here all day, every day. Cynthia from the Rugrats, just in case you guys don't know. Okay, and Angelica is also from the Rugrats. She really doesn't know what she's talking about. Nesto know he had a whole fake, yeah, Shirley communication ID, phone, email, and did 21-year fast. I like that too. Luis Torres from Palm. Okay, yes, that is the name. From Palma Dodge was one who reached out to Nesto via a text to ask him to pay up. He's such a coward. I can't wait to this trial. You're going to have so much to talk about. I personally just don't think he wants to be dragged in front of Shirley and Steve Harvey. I don't think he cares about nobody else. He's obsessed with celebrities. Oh, that's something to think about. Oh, so he had to hook up, holla if you hear me, at the car place. I didn't know that, but I said I bet Laura turned over everything because they don't want WW in their business because somebody there is helping Nesto. Right. And y'all know Nesto bought the heat to everybody, right? In my opinion, Erica wasn't on nobody's radar until he, brought the heat to her. They have forgotten all the wonderful paper trail that now exists. I pray he goes to trial. Let me fast on that. Let's get on that. I watched that guy been in jail since 20 years old. He's 75 now, damn near senile, and still was denied parole for great charges. So Nesto, get comfortable. They say get comfortable, Nesto. Pride and ego gonna get him life. I can see that. Asking for a fake lawyer and Cynthia done made him feel like a jackass every time she complains about who asked for a fake lawyer at the police station. She don't want it. She trying to feign ignorance, right? She thinking she don't listen to the calls and she don't read the documents and she don't watch the court, hearings. She could just be stupid. Okay, we already told her that's not gonna work. Shirley said, just listen. She ain't saying ish. Okay, got it. Cynthia got the missing hair. That's why I picked the Tanya B. Yep, in Louisiana. Hey, Sleepy Libra. Listen, y'all know I'm messy as hell. Sonya keep putting Nesto. I forgot. Cynthia keep putting Nesto at the scene of these crimes. Yep. Thinking she is defending him. She done this countless times on the phone and then again while on IS Live last night. So I need to go over there. Oh my God. LOL, the Rug Rat crew. Yes, girl. She out running around baldly, boldly declaring hearsay from Muttley as if it's the truth. Okay, not the truth, the truth. Just FYI. Oh, Shador, thank you. I don't have cable, so thank you. He said everybody up in flames, and that is a primary reason why I don't believe no real drug dealer ever dealt with Nesto. Yeah, that I looked that guy up. That is not the same Nesto. And Ernest Williams is a very popular name in Georgia. That's crazy. He messed his whole life up. Them drug dealers would have been pistol whipped old Nesto. I think Nesto would save face, at least with Dre. He doesn't want everything to come out in court. Well, he ain't got nothing to lose. 10 years is life for Nesto. Yeah. Baby, he'll be 71 and a half. When you said appreciate it with no A, I screamed because I said appreciate it too instead of appreciate it. So I'm in the South with an F, All right. Hey, Aries one. Let's go. We almost done. Sure. Appreciate it.
Sean Hoover, Georgia, bar number 54883. Senior Manager, Legal Services Central Office for the Specialized Unit, 270 Washington Street, Suite 6079, Atlanta, Georgia, 30334 470 8275305. Office as Hoover at gapubdef.org, Certificate of Service. I hereby certify that a copy of the foregoing defense response to State's Notice of Filing, Supplemental Exhibit to State's Motion to Dismiss Defendant's Motion to Suppress Vehicle, search for lack of standing has been served on the Office of the District Attorney for Fulton County via e-delivery and email delivery this 23rd day of April, 2025. R. Sean Hoover, Georgia Bar, number 54883. Senior Manager, Legal Services, Central Office for the Specialized Unit, 270 Washington Street, Suite 6079, Atlanta, Georgia, 30334 470 8275305. Office S. Hoover at gapubdef.org. Fulton County Superior Court. Electronically filed. CL date, April 24th, 2025, 10:11 a.m. She Alexander Clerk in the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia, State of Georgia. Case number 24 SC 001723 VS. Judge Eric Dunaway, Ernest Williams, aka Ernest Leveled Williams, aka Nesto. State's reply to defendant's response to state's notice of filing supplemental exhibit comes now. The state of Georgia, by and through the undersigned counsel, and respectfully files this reply to the defendant's response to the state's notice of filing supplemental exhibit. The state submits that defendant's response mischaracterizes the purpose, content, and procedural propriety of the state's filing, and in reply submits as follows. First, procedural context and relevance of the supplemental exhibit. The state's supplemental exhibit was filed in good faith to assist the court in resolving a threshold factual issue, whether the defendant has standing to challenge the search of the Ford F-350 vehicle. The exhibit includes newly available evidence relevant to the legitimacy of the defendant's asserted expectation of privacy in a vehicle he procured by fraud. Factors central to the standing analysis under both Georgia and federal law. See Rackus v. Illinois, 439 U.S. 128, 133, 34, 1978. California v. Chirallo, 476 U.S. 207, 211, 1986. See also Burgesson v. State, 267 Georgia, 102, 1996. Brisbane v. State, 233 Georgia, 339, 1974. State v. Del Vecchio, 301 Georgia, App 560, 2009. The defendant has not and cannot point to any authority barring the state from supplementing a motion with relevant evidence prior to a court ruling, particularly where the record remains open, and no ruling on standing has yet been issued. 2. The defendant misstates the burden of proof and mischaracterizes the record. Contrary to the defendant's assertion, it is the defendant, not the state, who bears the burden of establishing standing to challenge a search. Rackus, 439 U.S. at 131. Stinsky v. State, 281. Gallium, 783-783-84, 2007. Although the burden of proving that the search and seizure were lawful shall be on the state, the defendant bears the burden of proof where his or her standing to raise. A challenge to the legality of a search or seizure is contested by the state. The state's supplemental filing merely offers additional factual evidence challenging the legitimacy of the defendant's claim of a reasonable expectation of privacy in a vehicle he procured by fraud. Conversely, the defendant has still offered no evidence, zero, none, to establish standing to challenge the search in question. Moreover, the defendant's assertions about Ms. Strawberry's willingness to make payments toward a vehicle fraudulently purchased by the defendant using her personal identifying information without her knowledge or consent to prevent further damage to her credit, and at a time when she did not yet know the extent of the defendant's ongoing criminal activity or the fact that he had defrauded her into a bigamous marriage, is hardly dispositive. Instead, the relevant inquiry is whether the defendant's purported standing to challenge the search in question is defeated by the fact that he procured the Ford F-350 vehicle by fraud. 3. Timeliness and evidentiary weight. The defendant's complaints about timing are misplaced. The filing of supplemental material is neither prohibited nor prejudicial when, as here, the material provides clarification on a threshold legal issue and the court has not yet ruled. The defense is free to contest the credibility or weight of the newly submitted evidence, but its existence is clearly relevant to allow the court to determine the truth. Moreover, while the rules of evidence do not strictly apply to pretrial rulings, on the admissibility of evidence, COCGA Section 24-1-2C1, the state stands ready to call Mrs. Strawberry or any other necessary witness should the court determine that additional testimony is required to resolve the standing issue. Indeed, the court has previously indicated that it would conduct further evidentiary hearings as needed in order to render its decision. Wherefore, the state respectfully requests that the court, 1, consider the state's supplemental exhibit filed on April 21, 2025, 2, if necessary, schedule an evidentiary hearing to allow the state to formally present the submitted exhibits through witnesses who may be cross-examined by the defendant. 3, find that the defendant lacks standing to challenge the search of the Ford F-350 vehicle, and 4, deny the defendant's motion to suppress. Respectfully submitted this 24th day of April 2025, Fani T. Willis, District Attorney, Atlanta Judicial Circuit, SS John W. Will Wooten, John W. Will Wooten, Georgia Bar, number 410684, Deputy District Attorney, Fulton County District Attorney's Office, 136 Pryor Street Southwest, 3rd floor, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303, will Wooten at fultoncountyga.gov in the Superior Court of Fulton County. State of Georgia, State of Georgia. Case number 24SC001723 VS. Judge Eric Dunaway, Ernest Williams, aka Ernest Levelt Williams, aka Nesto. Certificate of Service. I hereby certify that I have this day served a copy of this state's reply to defendant's response to state's notice of filing supplemental exhibit upon all counsel who have entered appearances as counsel of record in this matter via the Fulton County e-filing system. This 24th day of April 2025, Fani T. Willis, District Attorney, Atlanta Judicial Circuit, S. John W. Will Wooten, John W. Will Wooten, Georgia Bar, number 410684, Deputy District Attorney, Fulton County District Attorney's Office, 136 Pryor.
There we go. Baby, they already up here waiting, child. Let me open the floodgates. But before we do. Okay, we had to bring Muttley out. We got the Muttley in the chat. First up, Latita.
Hello, everyone. Am I too loud? Am I too loud?
No,
Okay.
you know I be loud, so.
Well, I just want to make sure. I don't want to blow nobody's ears out. But yeah, I didn't even realize Will Wooten filed anything. What was that? I guess it was Thursday. My days are running together.
Mhm.
But I mean, that's pretty much it. If you want to get people up here to talk about the evidence, let's do it. I mean, Sean Hoover has to try something, like it's his job to try, and he's trying. I don't think his arguments are going to work. And I think Will Wooten's response is precisely why. She did not know the extent of the scam. And they weren't legally married. So what are we talking about? Aside from that, though, I'm glad you have this particular part of the document pulled up. And here's why. So there is a certain person who goes live on YouTube. I won't call her a content creator, because to be called a content creator, you have to actually create content and be creative. That person who goes live on YouTube is really stuck on these electronic signatures, and they are stuck on these electronic signatures because they are time stamped in Pacific Standard Time. So I did some quick Googling. I'm like, why would she be worried about these timestamps? And that particular person who goes live on YouTube asserts that those e-signatures are in Pacific Standard Time because Shirley lived in California at that time. Now, if you look at the electronic signatures of this other person, Desiree, I think it is, Torres, who, according to some additional Googles, is the secretary and CFO for Laura's Trucks, which is now dissolved as of October 28th, 2022. Their electronic signature is also in Pacific Standard Time. Well, given that person who goes live on YouTube, according to their theory, Laura's Trucks is in Georgia, which would be in Eastern Standard Time. Why is that e-signature not in Eastern Standard Time and Shirley's e-signature is in Pacific Standard Time? Well, by perusing this particular document, you can see that it is owned and it is provided by Westlake Financial Services. This document did not come from Laura's Trucks. Again, It came from Westlake
Which
Financial
is in
Services,
California.
which is located in California.
Okay,
With it
I'm
being
following the bread. I'm following the oil leak.
yes, so with it being located in California, their servers are likely in California. And when your servers are in California, your servers use Pacific Standard Time. People are stupid. And it says right in the document, Westlake Financial Services, 4751 Wilshire Boulevard, Los Angeles, California.
They're
Further,
so smart till they dumb. Go ahead, carry
yeah,
on.
so smart till they're dumb. Um, Further, this whole thing about, why are there electronic signatures in the first place? Well, 2020 would have been, the panorama. That doesn't align either because the global shutdown didn't happen until March 2020, which most of us remember, but I distinctly remember because I worked in healthcare at the time. And it was a whole thing. So, that being said, I'm not going to eat up the rest of the things that are very interesting in these filings because I'm sure the other ladies who want to come up on the panel have other things to say, particularly about a Carlos Lamont and all of these other lieutenants on Nesto's team, allegedly. With that, I'm going to go on mute and laugh in the background.
Okay. Vic to the Veil, you up next, and then Shan. I'm trying to go in order, which I saw y'all pop up. Oh, she got it. She got the link. Okay, go ahead, Vicky.
Someone can go before me.
Okay, I'm remove you. That's how I'm keeping up. All right, Shan, you're next.
You sure, Vicky? Because I got notes.
Okay, we have 4 other individuals waiting. Shan, you're up next.
Okay, so
And
how would you
after
like for
you,
me
I'll
to
go
break it
back to
down?
Vicky. I'll go back to Vicky after you.
Because my notes are extensive, but I'll try to break it down.
Prioritize your top thing, Shan, because I know it's good.
My let me see. Okay, I'll do some short things because I'll just jump in after everybody else go. The
Okay.
one thing is, Latita, what you just said, and I'll start with that, is the people that he's putting on the paperwork. He is putting on the paperwork the names that he created for these individuals. Remember that. Because that is not really, because we've seen Dominique's real name, full name in the bond paperwork. That's not it. We also have put together what we think Pork Chop's real name is. That is not it. Also, the time stamps, and I can gauge this because I have some software that gives me Pacific timestamps as far as signatures. But what it does mean is, even though it's in Pacific Standard Time, you smart individuals, it still gives you the same exact time at Eastern Time, which Shirley would have been at work at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. She would have been working because she works regular hours, even though we only hear them on certain hours. She has a different work schedule. Smarty pants. So that also just blows them out the water. Also, you were dumb to use a fictitious email when it appears she don't check her emails either, if you remember from the call earlier. So you should have used the real email, which would have kind of helped your case, even though that doesn't even help your case. And then we're gonna move on to he had the wrong telephone number for the employer, which is stupid because no employer can give verification or information to anybody that just calls and wants to know your information. You should have put down all the right information, which you did not. So Premier is the real company, is the network. However, you don't even have who she actually works for, and I'm not gonna say it, but it's not actually Premier Networks. That's the network. She works for a subsidiary. I'm not gonna really put that out there. And the telephone number, you could have just put her number because you can't call anybody's job and they're just gonna give you as a finance company verification. They stopped doing that stuff back. Oh, I forgotten that stuff.
We
you
we
lost their
still do we
time.
still do that in Florida, but we don't give out, the confidential information, but we still do that here in Florida.
So if somebody calls there in Florida, y'all gonna get them how much she
Mhm.
make and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
it's public information.
Yeah, I'm saying even if they call and give y'all, well, they don't do that here. They
Mm-hmm.
don't. They let you go find it yourself. A job is not going to do that, and but you know what? That's state law. My bad. That's state law. So here you can't do it, and in Georgia, I don't believe you can do it either. From people that I know down there, but now also say nobody really in the chat, because I was kind of looking at the chat. Nobody really in the chat said the part where Wooten mentioned it at least 3 times in these documents. Shirley will testify if called that she did not purchase, she did not know that he purchased or registered this vehicle. She had no knowledge or given consent, which Sean tries to flip that around, which means nothing because it does not mean that eventually she didn't find out about it. It means at the time and date this stuff went down, she had no knowledge. So anybody saying, well, she knew about it, she paid for it, it don't matter because at the end of the day, I just didn't want to prosecute you for it. So I never did do that because how many times somebody done stole something from people and they be like, I'm gonna just chalk it up. I'm not gonna go in on you. But guess what? If you do get caught, they're not gonna bite the bullet and take it for you. And that's what Shirley's doing. And also that document in the beginning that everybody is really enthralled with, don't be. Because all it is a statement, in my opinion, of Shirley saying, I did not give consent to purchase this vehicle, or I had no knowledge of it until blah, 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 whenever she had knowledge of it. It's nothing extensive because guess what? We're not giving, just like the defense is not giving the prosecution their case, Wooten is giving less as possible. And that's why this document came and he said, I gave it as I received, wait, I wrote it down. Let me see where I wrote it at. He said he just gave the documents that he relevant, newly obtained relevant information. That's what he gave. And let me see, it was one more thing that I wanted to say, and I'll let somebody go because I really got a lot of notes here. I'm trying to go through. Oh,
I'll go to
and
Vicky and then I'll drop.
last thing, I don't believe that the vehicle was illegally impounded because I've heard people say this elsewhere, but you don't need a warrant for the vehicle if the person who you've seen driving the vehicle has a warrant for their arrest. Body warrant, vehicle warrant, all this stuff do not matter. If I see you just getting out of a vehicle, you have a warrant for your arrest. I arrest you, and this is where Ernesto went wrong because I believe at some point he went back to the vehicle, he got kind of in the vehicle. So you really took them back to impound the vehicle.
Mhm.
So that is moot because you're in it now. So we're going to take it because you're in it. First of all. Second of all, if we just saw you get out of the vehicle, we know you commit fraud and you have a warrant for your arrest. I can impound that vehicle. I just can't search it until I get a warrant, and that's what they did. And you have to prove that that warrant that we got was invalid, which doesn't sound like that the judge is gonna say it's invalid because it don't take much to get a warrant for a vehicle when somebody was arrested. And no, you don't have any standing because surely not even your wife, homeboy, it was invalid. That's it. I mean, I'll come back later as people talk with my notes.
All right, Shan. Vicky is not ready. Let me see who's up next. Oh, Lady Janice said she got one question. So I'm gonna bring you, but I'm gonna have to drop you back and go in order. Okay, let me bring her up. Okay, you had a question for Shan, but it's 2 other people in front of you. So I'm gonna let you ask your question and drop you back.
Okay. So, and it's for Shan, but anybody can answer. So this is my thought process. So, because I'm no legal expert, but when I look at Will Wooten and I look at how articulate and methodical he is with everything that he does, if the truck was purchased, right? And it came back to say Nesto's emails, Nesto's name, Nesto's document, everything centered around Nesto. My first question is, because Nesto is married to Shirley, would it be hard to prove fraud? And is it because of the fact that nothing is coming back like linked to Nesto, but it is operated by Nesto? Is that the reason why Will Wooten is hollering fraud? Because if he goes to the court of law, he's going to have to prove fraud. And that would be hard to prove if, in fact, they were husband and wife, allegedly. They were husband and wife, and everything came back to Nesto, like legally, if I say it that way. But because the emails, the documents, we don't know who signed we don't know who's the email, who signed it. To me, it says that all of those things are coming back to fraudulent people. And this is the reason why fraud is the issue. Otherwise, it would have just stayed at the fact that he was a bigamist. Am I understanding this correctly, or what is your take, or does that make sense?
You're kind of merging the charges, because the bigamy is the start of the case, because
Mm-hmm.
Shirley and Nestor aren't married, so there's no
Mm-hmm.
marital claim. So
Correct.
we're gonna
Correct.
boom, get rid of that.
Mm-hmm.
So all he has to do first is prove there's no marital claim, which in the 200-page document, in my opinion, he
Mm-hmm.
proved that.
He did. Yeah.
So there's no marriage. So you have no privacy stake or anything else on anything that belongs to Shirley, because it's
Mm-hmm.
a fraudulent marriage. And see, that's what it comes into Wooten and his thinking is, that's why he's not putting all his information out there, because I
Correct.
don't have to,
Yep.
because all I got to do is prove this marriage was fraud. And now you have no stake at privacy. You can't say I want privacy on my fraudulent marriage because I want spousal privilege. You can't
Mm-hmm.
have spousal privilege and this ain't your spouse, ninja. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes.
you can't get that. So you have to do step by step in these
Mm-hmm.
RICOs, because they're going to take it charge by charge. They're not going to say, we're going to put the bigamy and the fact that he defrauded Shirley and bought a car in her name, because they're actually calling it theft by deception. So it's not that they're calling it fraud, it's theft by deception, because you weren't actually, at the time, I'm assuming you're my husband, that's why I didn't turn you in, but it
Mm-hmm.
was
Mm-hmm.
theft by deception, because guess what, we're not really married. So in RICO, you have the overt acts and you have the crime. So the crime here is bigamy. The overt act is the fact that we had a fraudulent marriage. And then the fraudulent marriage does not leave you with spousal privilege, which turns into the theft by deception. So we go boom, boom, boom. So you
Gotcha.
skip it from bigamy to theft by deception to this, but the overt act is the fact that we're in a fraudulent marriage, which is not necessarily a crime. It's kind of like an act, like something
Yeah.
you did.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, that's all I had. Miss Lady T Bug, you can't be making me laugh when you said you fall in the oil leak. You were so wrong for that.
I'm following the oil leak, baby. We gonna see where it take us. Oh
Thank you.
my
Thank you.
God.
That's all I had. All
Okay,
right, bye-bye.
you gonna stay up? Okay.
I'm dropping down.
Okay. And I would like to add, Sharon, when you made me think of something when you said about him going back to the vehicle, because he told them folks he needed his medicine out of there. Can you reach in that black bag and give me that liquid LV?
Like a dumbass.
And my attorney, and now I need you to get my phone and call my attorney. My
Right.
attorney,
What
Erica
did he call her?
Kane, not
Or
even
did he call
April
her
Holloway.
April?
No, he called her Erica
He called it
Kane.
Erica Kane.
Dumbass.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right,
me go
next
back on mute.
up, Nozella.
Hey, I was just here waiting patiently because this is a mess. I'm all over the place with this. I can't just all the way agree because I think I said what I said. Miss Shirley made out like a fat rat with nothing unscathed because she knew more than what she knew. And all these calls, it was more like it was our whip. So I need to go down there and get our truck and all of this. And I know she didn't say it like that, but
Yeah.
she was concerned in that way, like it was ours. And if she didn't find out that she wasn't really married to her young tender, and young tender in her eyes, not mine. I'm putting my mind in Shirley's eyes. She wouldn't have never um, unclaimed the vehicle. She was ready to trade it in to get her another whip. So she was ready to trade it in to sign it off as hers to get another whip under the guise of her fake husband.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like Miss Shirley is good because I'm with her. And I don't know you. You got all this going on, all of that going on. Now you're not even really my husband. I got to save myself. So she is in the save herself. But I'm with Nesto. He throwing a Hail Mary. How you gonna pay this and pay that and act like you don't know this your vehicle? Nesto knows that that stuff was found in that vehicle. He's trying to get it off of him and put it on. I don't know, just put it on to her, but kind of
Mm-hmm.
put some kind of distance off of him. Trying to say you ain't got no guys because she was my wife. Now he probably forgot he was married to them other wives, but at that time, she was my wife. So I'm all over the place because really I'm at the point still thinking about Scooter chick, stu- um, being the police because she found this man. How many people go find a nigga in jail? Excuse my language, but if a nigga don't call you, are you searching for jail? That's the police. The only person know you in jail is the police. You just met her, all of this deep cover. So she got so many names. Cynthia, really? He really messed up because she's over here asking him, oh, I can't even find a place to park at Walmart. Where was you parking your RV? Police, it's a mess. The legal mail shows that Nesto is still a scammer, so he not gonna win this. And thank God Shirley wasn't legally married to that man because if she was, she would be going down. And I would be putting her down there and say arrest her because she wore the diamonds. She drove the G Wagon. She rode in the back. What she say? I don't know anything about cars. I just drive them. I don't like to do anything with them. I just like to drive them. Well, you need to know a little something. Okay, ma'am.
At least the
So
registration, girl.
yeah, yeah, I cannot. And um my people from the South, they don't just relinquish everything to men. The men bring the fucking, excuse me, bring the check home, and the women distribute and divvy out stuff. So Miss Shirley don't even get that excuse either. I don't care if she's from Chicago or whatever. Being a OG, you supposed to be having your eyes out. So I don't know, but it's heating up. That's all I got to say. That's my
Oh,
end on it. It's
oh,
heating up. And Earl is a co-conspirator,
he the
brother.
unindicted co-conspirator.
Yes, and that's why he ghosts. And that's why Nestor was like, in one of them calls, he don't care. He gonna say have to tell whatever he got to tell or whatever. And that's what Shirley and Earl. So when I say it's heating up, it is heating up. And that's all I got to say.
All right, thank you. Out the bushes, y'all. That was out the bushes. Vic to the bell. Are you ready? Because I'm finna bring Miss Boogie down, up. Hit me in the back chat if you're ready, Vicky. Vicky, like, I'm not ready. Let me see y'all if Vicky is ready. Nope. Okay. Miss Boogie down and Sparkling Ice, you're up next.
Good
Hey sis.
afternoon. Hey, beautiful. How you doing?
Good. How are
Oh,
you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. So I'm gonna do like Shan. I'll say my piece, and then let everybody have their chance and then come back for rebuttals and or questions. But I got two things that I want to stipulate. I want to speak from the married standpoint of, as I've mentioned to you in previous panels and stuff before, about turning over, all of your information or whatever have you. And like I said, I just bless God every time we go over this. And even recently when speaking with my ex-husband, I just say thank you that you was not that type of man, because I could have been Shirley. Now, in my defense, not to shun Shirley, but my defense would be she's too old for this. And I was just basically just very young and naive. But I bless God every day that I trusted in my Lord and Savior. And in that sense, I did not have a husband that was a deviant like this woman. Everybody keeps focusing on what she knew, what she didn't know, how she knew it. I have been that person, like I said. Now, I was smart enough, and I don't know if she wasn't, because we don't hear that extent of it, but the majority of my paycheck went into a joint account that my husband paid the bills with. I told y'all before how things was coming up in my name. I had Home Depot card, which I still have till this day, in my name, stuff like that, because he had access to my Social Security as I had access to his. Excuse me. So I see how she got here. And that's what bothers me with everybody, in the sense of, and I'm talking about these other fake content creators and they stupid guests with no edges. You sitting up here and you focusing on the wrong stuff. But the problem is, for your friend with the no edges, Sister Sylvia, it's because homegirl don't know, because you ain't never been married more than 4 days. So
Right.
Therefore, for those of us who put in and did a bid, okay, you can get caught up in that. And because of the fact that, remember, let's go back to his resume, his alleged resume. That Shirley clearly checked none of the references on. The man was supposed to be a credit repair person. He got with somebody who had jacked up credit. She was making good money, but her finances was all over the place, right? So here I got, my king. This is how we looking at these men that we're saying I do to. I'm looking at my king, and this is his specialty area. Like I told y'all, and I am never too ashamed to admit, I learned a lot from my ex-husband in terms of how to budget and everything, to the point where I was able to buy my own house, and I've been maintaining it ever since we've been divorced and since I got my fresh start out here in Atlanta. Okay. You can, if you are under the right person, this could have worked out very well for Shirley. But because unfortunately his quote unquote secret powers was that he was a bum and a scammer, there was no there was no goodwill for what was going on. She financed his projects. And so at the end of the day, her money paying for this truck, her money paying for or not paying the rent, these are doable things and acceptable things when you are turning over everything to your spouse who's taking care of it. We're hearing this lady and she can't even dial a telephone number, like for real. And it's frustrating, because it's just like, damn, like you literally turned this man, your whole life over to this man. And my bigger issue that none of us are talking about is all of these people have this woman's information. And with credit, scams being done and identity fraud and all of this other stuff being done out here, like she better, I hope she's staying on her knees, because your information is just that. Your Social Security is just that, unless she was smart enough to change it or whatever have you. But these are things that's linked back to her overall retirement that these people have access to, and too many crooked people have access to. And so, having said all of that, the things that people are keening on to me are non-factors. And I think that's where, what you call it. Now, I will give Sean Hoover his props, because I wasn't giving him any. I think he's coming out and he's boxing. I still think he's not going to win. And that's what I'm hoping and praying for, because that would be no justice for these victims. But it seemed like Sean, he's trying to do some things. But the mere fact of everybody focusing on, well, Shirley knew or whatever have you, when I found out that I had certain things in my name, my instinct was to curse my husband out, not to go and call the cops and have him arrested. This is why Ernest is not arrested, dummies, because that was still at that time for her husband. I could be mad as a whatever, and I have been when I've seen my name on certain things. But at the end of the day, turning my husband in and having him arrested was not where I was at, because again, I'm referring to him as my husband. This wasn't some boyfriend that I broke up with and come to find out he done signed me up for XYZ. That's when it becomes fraud and criminal or whatever. As far as I'm concerned with her, she's saying it the way she's supposed to. And you can listen to these calls and just tell, unfortunately, Shirley, you're going to have to get raked at the coals of being a very intelligent person that you are wanting the world to think that you are. But you're going to have to play on that stupid card. Full throttle, as Shan and every others have called you. You're gonna have to ride that, because this right here is so ignorant. It's crazy. The only way she's gonna really be able to be spared is she's gonna have to cop to the fact of how dumb she was and how negligent she was in protecting herself. Because no matter what, like I said, I did have the account, and the majority of my pay went to that account. And that my ex-husband now managed. But at the end of the day, I still had enough sense that my original bank account that has my government name on it, there was always money going into that for a rainy day, because you just never know. And a rainy day doesn't necessarily mean that I married a scammer or a cheater or a bigamist or something like that. A rainy day could be this man who takes care of everything is now no longer with us. And now I got to get my bearings straight. And that's what I'm bothered with mostly with Shirley, especially at her age, because in my 20s and 30s and early 40s while I was married, me thinking about that, why at 60 and 50 when you married this man, was you not thinking about that? How did you relinquish everything and not concern yourself where the finances was going, and you're approaching your golden years? That's what I'm mad at her most about. You was getting defrauded as you approaching your golden years when you need your money more than most. And she never questioned that, or appears, excuse me, not to have questioned that. She never questioned that. And I don't understand that. It's just that, but I will just say the little saving grace that I can give her is having been a married person and having a man who, in my case, thank God, actually was better in the finance part than I was. I can see how she got there. What my overall problem with Shirley has always been from the time I started hearing these calls and listening to different content creators. My issue is not that she ended up there, because it can happen to the best of us. My issue is how long you stayed. And I truly feel like you only got out because now your pride and your reputation is being questioned, because if we didn't know about this, that woman would still be sitting up there trying to figure out how to get that bum out of that jail. And I'll let somebody else come up and I'll just sit back in the sidelines. But thank you.
All right. Hey, Sparkling Ice.
Hello.
You ready?
Yes.
Hi,
I'm
how are
ready.
you?
Okay. Is it sounding okay?
You sound great.
Okay. I agree with the last caller that
Miss Boogie Down.
yes, because everybody's focusing on what Shirley knew or what she didn't know or how she may have found something out. And I know that it's been said that she received tons of messages prior to marrying him. However, I would like people to think about the fact that Nesto is a criminal, and he's been doing this a long time. And I think that Shirley is not any different than any other woman who goes out with somebody and believes that she's found somebody special. And your friends may not like him, but you're trying to give him a chance. So you move on to the next part of your relationship and you start getting engaged. But if you don't have a reason to really think that this person would do something behind your back, like what Nesto was doing, I don't think Shirley really had a chance, because it's as simple as Shirley going to work and Nesto being at home doing shenanigans while she's gone. So when she comes home, how is she supposed to know that Nesto has been doing all types of shenanigans? So we need to try to understand what Shirley's belief system is. Shirley's belief system is, if my man says he has to go off for 2 or 3 days and close business deals, why would I think he's doing anything different if he hasn't shown me that he can't be trusted? So I think the little simple things that we trust somebody on, just like you might trust your man right now, he could be out cheating when he's not with you. How would you know? You wouldn't know. He could be cheating for 5 years with somebody. But if you don't pay attention to specific things, or if specific things never crossed your mind, you just wouldn't know. And I think Shirley was glad to have somebody, but I think Nesto put it on extra thick. I think he put it on extra thick, just like he said he was Morgan Freeman driving Miss Daisy in opulent chariots bullshit. I think that Shirley, he played that role. He went for that role. Shirley fell for him doing that. He didn't like doing it, but he liked being able to get access to what she had. And I don't think she really had a chance with somebody like Nesto. I just don't. I think she was very trusting. And I don't think she ever had a chance. Like, you can read stories and see videos and see movies about women who've gone through the same thing. Now, I'm not saying they shouldn't have been a little bit more on their toes, because I do think Shirley, at her age, she should have been clocking everything this nigga was doing. Now, when you in your 20s and part of your 30s, it's a lot of things you never think about doing. You never think about checking somebody for certain things. But by the time you get to your 40s, you're supposed to be clocking everything that MF is doing. And I think Shirley was just in la la land. And I think Nesto calmed all her fears about whether he could be trusted. I think he played that role so well. And I think the other women, we got to give credit to, because the other women also fell for Nesto. She's not by herself. There's all these other women out here. And then let's think about the ones that never came forward, that are never coming forward because they're too embarrassed. And Gail lost too much money. She lost too much money to let it go. The school teacher, some of the things that she did, I can't even believe how she even was doing those things. However, because you got somebody like Nesto, and if you ignorant, that's how people scam other people. When you're ignorant along certain lines, or you might be naive. And ignorant just means you just don't know something. I mean, I know it's typically used as a derogatory term, but ignorant just means something you don't know, something you're not familiar with. So many people are ignorant. We're all ignorant of something.
Yes.
However, Shirley, at her age, in her 50s, meeting this guy, I just think Shirley should have did a whole lot more. I would have thought she would have been more mature in dating, or in getting to know somebody. And it don't seem like Shirley looked at bank accounts. She didn't know where this nigga money was coming from. Now, I'm assuming this now. I'm assuming this. I don't know.
Yep. We'll say allegedly, but I agree
we'll
with
say allegedly. Because I don't think that, and I tell my girlfriends too, because we're in our 50s and she wants to get married. And I just say, you got so many things, assets and different things. And when you meet somebody, you need to look, when you get to that place, you need to see the bank account, because anybody wanting to marry you shouldn't have a problem showing you that.
Right.
And if they have a problem showing you that, you need to know there's something wrong with that. because you need to see where their money is coming from on a regular, consistent basis. And if
Mhm.
you can't see that, I don't care if it's cash deposits, you need to know what they're doing, where it's coming from. And I think Shirley just did not think that Nesto was doing anything nefarious. I don't believe she would risk her career
Yeah.
trying to assist him. I just don't believe that. I don't believe, and I believe when she found out, when she started getting suspicious, when things started to happen, I believe Shirley was just like a lot of other women that are embarrassed, don't want your friends to know. And in Shirley's case, it was going to be public more than likely. So I think Shirley tried to cover it up as much as she could, and probably was trying to think of a way she could maybe exit from it without making a big deal about it.
Right.
But it just didn't happen that way. Like, she covered them first couple of times he got arrested. She covered for him. She got lawyers. She paid. She did what she had to do. She used up all, a lot of her disposable cash. And I think she was just embarrassed about it. Just like a lot of women are embarrassed the first time their man hit them, they don't tell nobody,
It's
and the
true.
second time they don't tell nobody, and they stay. And I think Shirley was being more, I think she was trying to believe that Nesto wouldn't get in any more trouble, like a mother looking after a child, or parents hoping that when their child leave the house this time, they won't get a call from the police or whomever. I think that's where she was. And I think she fell into that trap. I'm going to be finished after this. I think she fell into that trap of, God, I'm going to pray, and God going to turn this thing around with him. I think she knew he was janky at some point. I just know she had to. After that first arrest, she might have been like, because I can believe he explained it away so well that she probably just thought, okay, they just using your past against you, blah, blah, blah. But after that second time, I have no doubt that I believe Shirley knew that this nigga was full of shit. But I think that she was just too embarrassed to make this thing public. I think she fell into the trap of, I'm going to pray for my man. I'm going to pray for my husband. And I think that people need to understand that God is not a genie in a bottle, and you can't make people do stuff. That's just like going, I'm always talking about the root man. That's just like going to the root man, trying to get something to make somebody do something or not. So you can pray. Prayer is good. I think prayer mostly is for us, the person is praying, because it changes a lot in you, but you might see the person that you praying for not make any improvements,
Right.
because you can't make people do something, and God doesn't make people do things. People have a choice. And I think Shirley fell into that trap of what women like to do is pray for their nefarious spouses. They want to pray for them to stop cheating on them. They want to pray for them to stop getting in trouble, all this type of stuff. So I just think Shirley, I give her some grace. I talk about her at certain times when I hear some of this stuff that went on. But I think about her age, like I said. Her age, in her 50s, I can't imagine just dating somebody in my 50s and not really checking them out and know where their money coming from. And I don't mean just driving a nice car and they say they have
Yeah.
a business. And even if I go down to the business, if that person wants to move in certain ways with me, I want to see your bank accounts. I want to see where your money coming from. Because if your money coming from drug dealing and doing all kind of, you pimping, and you got, cash deposits all over the place, and you can't explain where they're coming from, that's a red flag for me. Now, I don't know if it was for Shirley. I don't know
Right.
what she asked him. She said they got engaged. In her book, she said they got engaged within 4 months after meeting. So Shirley didn't know who the hell that was. But Nesto, like people were saying, he love bombed her. He love bombed her. I don't know if Shirley was, I think she was just as materialistic as any other woman that makes a lot of money, likes to wear nice things, want to drive around nice. And I think Nesto just made her feel like she didn't have to check up on him. So that, I'm going to be quiet on that. I have a lot of comments about some of the things that other people said, but I want to let other people go up and talk. So that's all I got to say right now.
Okay, thank
Thank y'all
you.
for listening.
Vicky,
Hey,
are
thank
you
y'all for
ready?
listening.
No, thank you for coming up, okay? All right, let's
You're
see if
welcome.
Vicky ready, y'all. Vic to the veil, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being patient. I thought you were coming on earlier, so that's why I dropped my dog off at a certain time. I was like, oh, okay. I had to go pick up the
5:30,
dog.
yeah, I came on at 6.
Girl, I had to go pick up the dog and go run and grab him a treat because he was a good boy during his grooming. Um,
Oh,
you know, yeah, girl. And then we had to hold him
okay,
down.
Hunter.
We had to hold him down because he don't like getting his nails drilled down, but he keeps scratching my neighbor who walks him. So, listen, for the betterment of you and me, so I don't have to whoop your ass.
Oh, no,
Um,
ma'am.
yeah,
Hunter, be good, Hunter,
this
be
is a black
good.
household. That's a black dog. He may be white, but that's a black dog. Um, as far as the documents go, uh, his attorney is doing what he's supposed to be doing. Let's just put it that way. His attorney is
Yep.
supposed. I mean, he doing what he's
Yep.
supposed to be doing. He's giving him. I mean, I ain't really got much to say. He's doing what he's supposed to do. I know that a lot of us do not care for Ernest. And we kind of a lot of us have closed the book and made our opinions up, and I've made my opinion up, on him. I believe he's guilty. He might not be. Some of the things that we have heard is kind of is shaky because some of the victims, like you kind of convolute. He purposely convoluted the relationships with them, had sex with them, you know, to make it seem like they gave it to him willingly. Stuff like that is kind of shaky, but he still gave them mixed messages, and he told them one thing was for this and it was another
Yep.
thing for
He led them
that.
on.
Huh? What'd you
He
say?
led them on, just like you said.
Yeah,
He
he
led them on.
he did. So it's kind of shaky in that sense, but he still is very much a scammer. So whether if he doesn't pay for all the crimes, he's gonna pay for some of them. And
Right.
his attorney is
He
doing what
is
his attorney's doing what he's supposed to be doing. And just like
correct.
anybody else, you'd want a defense. You want some
Right.
kind of defense. So
Absolutely.
that's what his
Absolutely.
attorney is supposed to do. So I can't be mad at that. But I love the pettiness and will wop 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 Wooten coming
Yes.
as soon as Hoover filed that motion the night before. The morning of, he came back. He's like, "Well, I didn't write this for you. I wrote this for the judge. So let's get this straight." I want, he came back really quick, and I appreciate the transparency that Will Wooten is coming out with now. I don't know who that wasn't me, is it?
Let me see if everybody's on mute.
Am I a robot? Does it
No,
sound
you
like a
sound.
robot? Okay.
No, you don't sound like a robot.
Okay.
Let me see. I'll put her on mute. Oh,
Oh,
crap.
you didn't drop her, did you?
I did.
Come back up. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you drop.
I was trying to put it on mute. I'm sorry. Let me drop the link.
Um. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, Wooten. I appreciate his transparency and even putting that what is it, the car thing agreement. That's I mean the truck 190 something thousand miles. Oh, hold on one second, let me let
Come
you
back
out.
up out the bushes. I'll put the link back down there.
um that come on, come on, that truck. I mean, he know he dead ass wrong for getting that truck in them people's names. And the Carlos Lamont, I don't think he's an unindicted co-conspirator. I still think it's Dominique. And
Me too.
I looked up that other name, Jasmine, whomever. She's an actress. So I think he had a bushel of them bitches. He had a gaggle of them hoes. Like, I mean, seriously. I mean,
He did.
no, he had, I mean, he had a barrel of bitches just sitting there waiting. Okay, I'm gonna need you to do this. I'm gonna need you to move in and
10
stick
good
But
by.
it seemed
Ohio
like you know
players.
you
10
seem
good
like
Ohio
you know the
players.
best the best B he got now is that 60-year-old one he got running around capping for him. That's the best one in
Oh,
the
that's the
stable
worst
now.
one. That's the worst
That's the
girl. That
best, but that's his best one though. That's his best one.
that's the
He's sitting
best
that one
one for
on
the
Craig.
state. That's the
He's
best
sitting that
one.
one on Craig.
Girl, and she had me believing that Krill wanted that old rotten coochie cooch, and
I told y'all to stop believing that heifer.
at first I was like, well, maybe, because I mean, I could kind of see she's not horrible looking, but then it's like, wait a minute, her attitude, her attitude with Krill flipped way too quickly, you know, like it. She got mad at him. She started saying he was in his feelings and he's gay and all these just derogatory things about him. I was
You
like,
know,
why?
when he turned her down, that's when he became gay.
Right, right. So that's when I, having more, like I said, more context out. I don't mind admitting I was wrong. That's why I didn't even come back and finish reacting to the rest of the video. I'm like, fuck, she's delusional. I can't some of the stuff I can react to, but she's absolutely crazy. Um, and like I said yesterday, her commenting on Shirley, and she's got proof that she's got proof, and Shirley's gonna perjure herself, and this and that. Well, if you think that it's so deep like that, you just let her do it and stop fucking commenting on her. How about that? How
Therefore,
about how about you leave Shirley's name completely out of it and you just comment on the other stuff? How about you? I mean, if people are asking you about Shirley, just say I don't comment on his wife.
because
But
you
I
don't know her, you really
right,
don't know her. You know of her.
right, you know of her, and if she talks about like Steve and Marjorie, like she knows them, she calls them on a first name basis. Most normal people, when they talk about a celebrity or a person of notoriety, they will say first and last name, unless you have a good idea in the already established conversation of who you're talking about. She speaks on these people as if she knows them personally. It's absolutely bizarre, but that whole Shirley's gonna perjure herself thing, well, let her do it. If you think it's that deep, let her do it. Okay, just let her do it. I mean, you ain't gonna say it to her face, so why even comment on it? Because everything that I say, I would happily say to your face. Like, you're a whore. I think you a hoe. I think you lie. I think you're delusional. I think you're crazy. Um, you know, I don't know if prayers are gonna work on somebody like her. But as to get back to Ernest, I these documents. I mean, like I said, his attorney is doing what he's supposed to be doing. It's it's not looking good for bruh. It's not looking good. I do think that this 21-day fast is so she can't get in his head, probably, to try to like convolute whatever he's planning to do.
I
You know what
think
I'm
it's a
saying?
shenanigan. I think it's just a shenanigan.
What you mean?
I mean, I think his religious status is a shenanigan. That's
Yep,
what cons
another
do. That's
con.
what people do. Yeah, it's just another con. I always thought that from the very first beginning that Sylvia started going up. I mean, Angelica is what y'all call her. Angelica started going up there to that
I don't
jail.
want no
I
smoke.
always thought that those religious things that he was trying to do was directed at Shirley, because Nesto is not original in anything, and his favorite thing to do is to try to align himself with people and the things that they enjoy, things that they like, things that they participate in. Become sort of religious with him, and talking to him. So I think that one of his last things to try to get Shirley back was to act like he was praying, because he
Hmm.
knew she wanted him to do that. He knew that. And as much as she talked to him on the phone about all of this prayer and Bible stuff, he knew that's what she wanted. I think he thinks so
I,
highly of himself that he
can
thinks
I throw
that
my
he
hat in the
can get
ring
her
on
off
that
of
one?
this.
I think he really is on this fast thing, and I'm gonna tell you why. It for those of us who grew up and it was whether we were made to go to church or you really enjoyed it on the
I
Baptist
am
side, at
from
least
the South.
for myself, right? That it's so when he was doing the prayer, I'm gonna give you 100% on that one. You get no argument from me. But I think now I have always said this, and Lady T Bug knows this. I have said he has had some sort of humbling experience and a come to Jesus moment. And one of the things you learn in prayer, at least on the Baptist side with the fasting, he knows he has to empty out himself so that he
I
can
don't.
receive God's word. Wait a minute. I'm just saying,
I
I'm
don't
just
believe.
throwing a different spin on it. I think that he believes that if he does this Hail Mary, God will show him mercy. Now, whether he knows how to fast properly,
I
whether
agree
he's
with
going
that.
to get it right, oh, he's going to chuck it up, he's going to mess it up, he going to F it up. But I truly believe at this point, I truly have seen over the last, even with his conversations with her, his demeanor, whether it be Sean finally broke through and got in that A, and he's finally, or he's just giving up and just saying the hell with it. But I truly, truly, truly believe that he is fasting because he is transactional. I think he's doing everything for all the wrong reasons, but I do think that he is trying to throw in a Hail Mary. And one of the things you will find with somebody with narcissistic tendencies, as he
Correct.
appears to have, because he's not diagnosed, but something that he appears to have, is he really thinks he can fool God. And he's
Correct. I
thinking,
agree with you
let
on
me,
that. Now, I got you. I
yeah,
agree with
he's like, let me do this fast. God's gonna hear me. He's gonna know I'm sorry, and
you. Yep.
and please
Yep. I
help
got
me,
you.
Lord, help me. And
I'm gonna go
that's
with you on
the
that.
only part where I'm throwing that part in there. I think he really
I
is. I just think he's at a point of no return, but that's not for me to bring to his attention. That's for the Lord above.
yes.
But I really truly think that with all ill intentions, he's actually looking to think that God is going to cut him a break. And listen, at the end of the day, we all sin, and God is going to forgive you. But what he neglects to remember, and people like him, which is so sad, is you did your deeds in the world. So your
Exactly.
spiritual realm can be received and can be forgiven. You still got to be accountable for what you did in the world. And that's
You
where
do.
the disconnect comes in.
That's
And
what
he
it is.
doesn't get it.
They don't like.
But
Right.
They
I
don't
just
like
wanted to throw
stuff.
that part in there for that.
Okay,
That I'm
okay.
I
Vicky
agree.
haven't had her opportunity to speak. Sparkling
sorry
Ice,
that
go ahead, and then we're gonna take it back to Vicky. She ready now.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Miss
go ahead,
Vicky.
Sparkling, and finish
Yeah.
your thoughts, and then we're gonna get
Oh,
back to
no, no,
Vic.
no. Let Vicky go ahead. Let Vicky go ahead. I was just commenting with her.
No,
Okay.
I agree. I mean, I personally think well, this is my number one thought. I do believe he needs a break from her, like an absolute break, because her thoughts and the things that she says to him are becoming more and more just unhinged. And like I said, he gets to see the wild meerkat in its natural habitat. When he's looking at those tablets, he just sees her. She's all over the place, and it's nonstop, it's nonstop chaos. And I think to me, what it seems, I mean, with these last couple of weeks ahead of his final plea, I mean, it is a big decision of what he's going to do. If I'm just going to go ahead and just plead guilty, or if I'm going to sit here and wait another year for trial. Because now
Mhm.
he didn't. Because I still believe that he did not know his attorney was going on leave. He's. I think he just thought his attorney was able to finesse and get a earlier a hearing date. That's what I think. I don't think his attorney elaborated with him, but then because he seemed kind of caught off guard when Dre told him, "Oh, well, that's what the streets are saying, that your attorney is taking a leave of absence." So I mean, he even
Yeah,
kind of alluded to it at the end. So I
Vicky,
he
I don't mean to
go
interrupt
ahead,
you, but I
go
want to
ahead.
respond to a couple of things that you said before you go on. I think we need to keep in mind that Nesto plays dumb about
Yeah, he
lots of
Of
things
does.
that
course,
people
of
tell him on
course.
the phone. Nesto been playing dumb on so many levels, and Nesto knows that his attorneys have been informing him of certain
Yeah,
things.
he get, and
Now,
they
I
have
can't
to get
say,
him a copy.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
I can't say that he knew about the hearing before he talked to Dre, but I wouldn't put it past that his lawyers emailed him to let him know this. And but Nesto is always like, if you Nesto's that person you ask, do he have any money on his books? It's always gonna be no. Okay, he could have $300 on it, but if you ask him, do you need something? He's always gonna say yes. You don't give Nesto the opportunity to answer. Like, you have to lock him in.
Mm-hmm.
And because he will take whatever rope you give him. You need some money? Yeah, I need something. Do you have any money on your books? No, I don't have nothing. And you ask him, did he know something? He's always gonna say no unless it makes him look like a dummy. If he thinks it doesn't make him look like a dummy, then he'll accept the fact that he knows it. But he thinks that saying that he didn't know something about his attorney is going to somehow help his case at a later date, when he says my attorney was going out of town and wasn't telling me, I didn't know. Nesto, you remember how when they asked
Well,
Nesto, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I know
Go ahead.
he hears what he wants to hear. So a lot of
Right,
yes,
right.
I know he does
I
play
think
dumb.
he's a pro. Yeah, he played dumb.
I know he's very intelligent. Now I want let me back up on that. I was about to say
He's
something
not
stupid.
intelligent.
I was about to
He's
say
just
something
manipulative.
stupid.
He's just
I,
manipulative.
he is
You know,
manipulative, and
very manipulative.
I have relatives who are like that. Can have a pocket full, have $10,000 in their
Yeah,
pocket, and
but
it's
they
like,
want to
wait,
spend your money. They want to
yes,
spend your money
yes.
first. You know.
So it's he you can kind of see some of his tells, and you can kind of hear it in his voice. We've listened to this for 2 years now, so we've
Right.
kind of gotten to know a little bit about his personality. He
Right.
did, to me, it seemed like he got caught off guard with his attorney taking a leave of absence, because it's happened to him before. So, but I think he thought because he was getting a moved up date, that's all he heard was like, oh, okay, April now. To me, I think he seems like the type of person that's not really paying attention to the details. Like, hey, in August, I got this other major RICO case, so I'm taking a leave from this county to go
Mhm.
work in this other county in May. So I can't really be bothered with you for at least the next couple months. So I'm trying to get these motions in real quick for you. He's not hearing that. He's just hearing, okay, April. Okay, April. All right. So um, it was something else. As far as just as far the state's not playing with him, and it just is what it is. And I mean, I don't feel bad for him. I feel it sucks that he's had to sit in there I would hate to have to sit in there for 2 years
I don't give a
without
fuck
like.
how long he has to sit in there. It's not, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's not that I don't like him, because I don't know him. What I don't like is the things that he's been alleged to have done, and some of the things have already been proven in the RICO. Like, when somebody say you wrote bad checks to these places, and they got check numbers, and they have bank statements of discovery, saying that's already proven. So I don't even believe that he'll plead not guilty to
Oh,
that.
I
You
was
you know what
driving,
I'm saying?
Lady
Go
T
ahead. I'm
Bug.
sorry.
I was driving. So did you get my comment earlier about the
Yes.
person okay? So yes, he was. Yes, you're right about the bad check thing. I don't.
Yeah,
It's there.
there's like, we don't know what all the discovery is. If we're listening, we're getting some of the documents, we're getting the filings, and we're getting a picture of certain things. But I think the real information won't be shown until trial. Those things that are listed on discovery, such as some of the things that Sonia had to turn over. You see, there's one listing that says Williams letters to Durham.
Mhm.
That something in that information is incriminating to him. It
Yes,
has become discovery. It wouldn't have become discovery had it not been something incriminating to him.
because
And I believe,
they've been screwing up.
yeah,
They
there's no
thought they
telling
were
what,
circumventing things.
right, there's no telling what he told her to do. And there's no telling
Well,
what she actually did. She may not have committed a crime, or she may not have did anything that rose
shit.
to the level of being charged with something. Maybe Will Wooten don't want to spend no time messing with her like that.
Yeah, let me.
However,
Okay,
however, they're
this is
putting
my
something.
last thought. This is my
Go ahead. I'm
last thought,
sorry.
but and I'll let
Go
you
ahead.
take the floor because you think that in these 2.5 years, do you honestly think Sonya has not broken the law?
No, I'm not saying she didn't break the law, maybe to the level that they want to prosecute her. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that even Will Wooten them are going to put whatever she may have done, they're going to put it as this is Nesto method of operation of fooling unsuspecting women. I think that even if she did contact a victim, maybe, it just depends on what. Maybe if what if I'm just giving that as an example, that whatever she did, let's say she emailed them a couple of times, because she claims she did background checks on them, and let's say she emailed them and said a couple of things to him. Okay, so we know he wasn't supposed to do that, but let's say she's the one that did it. And I think they're going to, I don't think they would probably mess with her. I think that they're going to put this on Nesto because he's the one that's on trial. I don't really think they're gonna mess with her like that. I think Will Wooten messing with her enough, by subpoenaing her documents or whatever. I don't think they're gonna spend time on Sonya. I really don't. I just think they wanted information to keep building cases against Nesto. So you see that they put all that stuff in there. Again, now she have done something, that they want to spend time prosecuting. Because they don't prosecute all crimes, all behaviors. They don't prosecute all that because it may not be worth it. You know what
I
I'm
have a
saying?
question for you though.
Go ahead.
This is for the full panel. Do you think that like her circumventing the system, doing that, sending that legal mail? We know she's admitted. They have her on tape admitting to
You're right. Right.
send legal mail. Um, do you think that they should prosecute her? Like if they do find something, even if it may not even if it may not be worth the cost, do you think that she should get prosecuted for something?
Me as a civilian, I would say, yes, I think that she should, but this is my opinion about that legal mail. Like, we don't really know what she sent to him in it, right? There's nothing that tells us what she sent. I know we've all guessed at what we believe she sent him in the legal mail. I can also believe that Sonya probably lost her job at that law firm, because there's no way that these people didn't figure out that that's not Nesto's lawyer. And I wouldn't be surprised if a phone call was made to that law firm advising that attorney of what she had done. She's not going to say this over the phone. There's some things she just won't say over the phone. She won't. And this is just my opinion about that. Because for some reason, she don't work for that law firm no more. And I'm just one of those people that think that Sonya was not living in Florida when she met Nesto. I know she told him she moved and all that to help him. I'm just personally, this is just my point of view. I don't believe she did that. She was in Georgia when she met the nigga. So why? And then her and Dolly, claimed they was working. Dolly and Chrissy claimed they was working at some club in the back room. And I always think Dolly and Chrissy sound like sex phone operators. Them old, so when people call in and do all kind of shit on the phone with you. I think
that's what Angelica is.
That's what.
Angelica
that's what they were doing. And that's my opinion about that. Because Dolly and Chrissy, nobody's named Dolly and Chrissy. And why would y'all have fake names working together? So, but
because
what I'm saying is,
they're working in a cash business, so they
right. I understand. You're right. That's what I'm saying. Like, why would y'all have fake names? Because it's that kind of business. So I just think that to prosecute her, if they want to prosecute her, they can. It just depends on what level, what she did. I think I'm just under the opinion that they made a call and she lost her job over there. Because we never heard her. Remember, she kept talking. We knew she had to be working there because she was getting the envelopes.
Well,
So
she also, like, with these attorneys, um, it seemed like she had a semi good rapport with them. Like she could or could not go to work if she didn't want to. So
yeah,
whatever
I think she was just a runner. That's all I think she was. I think she was a runner. I think
I
that
believe that too. I
she
mean,
had
so
access to an office. Yeah,
it seems
that's
like
what I think.
she could access their materials and
Yep,
utilize it the way she
yep.
wanted it to.
And
Yeah.
she was still in envelopes. Yep, they probably, they probably had her, filing stuff. You know what I'm saying? I think the reason why she even had a scooter was to file things at courthouses. You know how you work in large areas, metropolitan areas, a lot of courthouses are difficult to park at, and so they hire runners, people that actually do those type of things for them, go back and forth to the courthouse or other places. It's easier to use a scooter to do that, or to use, you know how they have those electric scooters on the street, and you can ride those things. I think she was doing that. I think that's what she was doing for these lawyers, and at the same time, she was stealing their legal envelopes, and she was,
I
and they
don't
was
think she
giving.
got fired.
Can I put a church finger out?
She
Yes.
not,
Yeah,
but she not working for him no more.
I think
We
she
haven't heard.
quit. I think
She
she came
said,
into some money and she quit and moved to her man. That's what
I
I
don't
think.
think
I
she
don't
did.
think she
Oh,
got
okay,
fired
well,
because when you're just a runner, it's not
no,
like
no, no,
she
no.
was
I'm
making.
talking about, no, I'm talking about the
I'm
legal
talking about in
envelopes.
Florida. Yeah, in Florida.
Yeah,
And I was getting to that. I'm getting to that. What I'm saying
okay.
is, I don't think she had it was a W-4 job where she done filled out the paperwork. I think, like you said, she was a runner. Runners get paid by the run,
Uh,
and if she's typing things up, she's getting paid by the document. So she was just basically cash type stuff. And I don't think she got fired. I think she left to be with her dude. And I think she
I know
came
a lot of
into a
people do think
couple
that.
dollars and
Hold
did that
on.
because this wasn't a real job for her, I don't believe. And I will say what I don't think anybody else is really realizing is the lawyer is no longer lawyering. And
Yeah,
she
I
said
ain't want
that
to put the
several
man
times.
out there.
What's
Well,
your,
they probably
name?
she may not have listened to our
What's your
series
name
that we
did she
did.
give?
No,
What's
Sonya
your
has
name?
said it several times that he's not lawyering anymore. I didn't say why. I just said he's not
That's a
lawyering
right.
anymore. And I
I
don't
think that
think
might be a
I
different
think at
lawyer.
some points, no, that's the only lawyer that she was reportedly working for. And legal mail is this. I've worked there. So legal mail is where it comes from somebody and you either stamp it and it say legal mail and who it's from, or you write on there legal mail and who it's from, and they document everything. And see what she understands because she's been in prison is it's gonna be documented, so I gotta make it look as legit as possible. So she
Mhm.
stamped it or wrote on their legal mail, and she
Mm-hmm.
wrote where or who it came from. Now whose name she used, whether she used her name or that lawyer's name, she used a name that was hers to use as far as somebody she knew or whatever. That's how they knew it was coming from her because they who his reported lawyers are.
Right,
And technically,
right.
you shouldn't be getting any legal mail inside the facility from anybody that's not representing you unless there's
Correct.
something else
Correct.
legally going on.
Right.
So, what she in effect did is what I said up here before. She actually did commit a crime because she actually interfered with the security of the facility because she's not legal representation for him. So that's interference. And the thing about it is, they're not going to waste their time charging her because she made their case. Without her, he probably wouldn't have got these cases because without her, it wouldn't have been a lot of admissions and telling Will exactly where to go. It would have took him some time to get there. So I don't
I
think
think Erica
Sonya
pointed them to
is.
a lot of that stuff too.
No,
No,
because
I
Erica
think
was not involved in that stuff. Erica was only involved in the stuff with Shirley where she represented him. Erica was not. If you've seen the warrants and the reports that Lady T Bug got videos. If you go through her videos where she's did the actual warrants and the reports,
Oh, I
Erica
read
is
them all.
not
I saw
mentioned
them
in
all.
those. Erica doesn't. Erica had
They don't
nothing to do
even
with
know
Melody.
Erica. Hmm.
Erica had nothing to do with Gail. But guess who they have met? They met Dominique, both of them,
Hmm.
Correct.
and
Correct.
Lamont. So the unindicted
Well,
co-conspirator is
I
not
don't.
Lamont. It's Dominique because her name is all through
It's
the
Dominique.
bond paperwork. In
Correct.
my
but
And
can
opinion,
you know,
Earl
there
be
I
a
want to
witness?
say this.
And that's why he sorry, my church finger up. That's why he getting ghost.
no,
That's
Earl is
what
giving ghosts
potentially
because he don't want to be a witness. That's why he giving ghosts
he's
because they can.
already
No, Earl don't
he's
want,
already went up
and
there
that's what
under
made
oath,
me
and
call him a
you know
witness.
when the transcript was read, that's how we found out they're not related. So
Right, right. He told Sonya
we'll see
everything
how
about
that
him.
work out for him.
Yeah,
But
Earl trying to
let me
give
say one
Ghost
thing.
because I think Earl is still giving Sonya money. And I think that Earl is that's why he told Dre he was sending money. Because why would you tell Dre you send the money knowing
Mm-hmm.
he gonna say something to Nesto and you not getting
Because
the
he
money?
lying. And I just
But
think all of
y'all,
them
I
lie.
think
No,
I just
Earl
think
was
all of
He
them
dry
just
lie.
not telling.
snitching. I think he might be a witness. I don't know because I'm not all in the court
I
life,
think
but
Son is a witness.
from looking from the outside in and just from this listening, he was like, "Oh, remember I came to California and you gave me them Bentleys and
Yeah,
you didn't even
yeah.
call me and all of
I
this."
think he was
He
trying to set him up for
knows,
that.
yeah, he knew
I think
that
he was
these
setting
phone
him up
calls is
because
recorded.
And Nesto
Huh?
wouldn't even acknowledge that because it came out of the blue. He
Mm-hmm.
just started talking about that. It came out of the blue.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nesto just was laughing, and Sonya was on there, and he just started talking about that out of the blue. And I think he was trying to set him up. And I think
Yeah.
Nesto understood that. And that Nesto just was laughing, you know.
And then even with Big
He
Red
was.
and he was doing a
Said one
lot of
thing about
stuff
what
to
said
trying
about the
to,
legal about the mail.
huh?
Yeah. I just think it's more than one co-conspirator, unindicted co-conspirator, because in the documents it does have the S in parentheses, even though it
yeah.
only alluded to one. I think it's more than one unindicted co-conspirator. I think all those people on that truck application are unindicted co-conspirators. Now, one thing about legal mail, did y'all when you with y'all, I don't want to put this out too because I know people looked at it. Some people did. Her 2022 bankruptcy listed another attorney she said she was working for, and it wasn't that guy in Florida. I don't believe it was another guy. She said she was making $15 and some an hour from. So it wasn't that. I don't think it was that guy in Florida. It was a guy in Florida, a black guy. Was the
We
lawyer
don't
she
really
worked for in
dig into
Florida a black?
Cynthia over here. We don't really dig into
Okay,
Cynthia over
I,
here.
because I thought that guy was of a different race that because she used to be talking about him. But this one she listed on her too. This lawyer she said she was working for in 2022 on her bankruptcy is a different lawyer, and I looked him up, and he's a black man, and he's still in practice. And so that's why, and I think he was I have to look and make sure. I can't remember whether he was in Florida or Georgia, but she said she was working for him. She put down how much she was making and all that. I'm not gonna say how much she was making, but anymore. But she did put down a different lawyer in 2022. And I know this foreclosure lawyer in Florida that went out saying that she possibly was stealing another lawyer's letterhead, even if it would. I know she said that one order, but back to talking about set him up, with talking about those cars. Lamont wasn't talking about, oh, I was getting phone calls. He told me to just use my mind and look on the internet, and you can do anything you want to. And Nesto was just sitting there laughing, but he wasn't acknowledging that he had told him that. But the laughter that he put out sound like he was more like a surprise laughter. Like, what is this nigga talking about? I'm gonna laugh it off. But what is this nigga on this phone talking about this for? That's the laugh I got from Nesto off of that. So I think there's more than one unindicted co-conspirator. I do. Um, whether they
It's
prosecute
you
Sonya
have
or
to
not.
listen to how they put it in their documents as unindicted co-conspirator. They mentioned the unindicted co-conspirator in the melody scratching and the financial stuff, and it's
Uh-huh.
not more than one because they don't say unindicted co-conspirators. They only mention unindicted co-conspirator, and then they tell him who to be
I thought
away
I
from.
saw an S
He
in
Hold
only
on,
parentheses
hold
though.
on, hold on.
That's
We
all.
got to go one at a time. The chat said they
I'm
can't
sorry.
understand what's going on. Okay,
he
Sorry.
go ahead and
only
finish, Shan.
he only has, and see, when And I'm speaking from experience. When you have something like that and you have somebody that you don't want him being bothered with, you tell him to specifically stay away from that person. Therefore, that's why I come to the conclusion, because you have to put there. Wooten is smart. He's not giving us his whole case. So you got to kind of put things together. So unindicted co-conspirator means somebody that's either giving us information or that we
Mhm.
got some information from and we're going to use as a witness, or they already, we're using something that they have but we're not going to bother with them, but we don't want you messing with them either, so we're going to put them on your no contacts. So
That's a
who's
good
on
point,
his no,
Shan.
who's on his no
What
contacts? You got Dominique
Lamont?
and his
Lamont
kids
is
and
not
all
on
the
there.
victims. Lamont is not on the no contact, so he's not an unindicted co-conspirator, because in my experience unindicted co-conspirators are good for the prosecution, because we're not going to indict you because we need what you have. And you got to think about who dealt with those women, both of them. Who is in the reports as somebody, even though that's not her real name, Dominique. But
So
on the
Mm-hmm.
could they
bond
had
paperwork, her
reached
real name
him?
is on there.
Hold on, hold on. Go
But on
ahead.
the bond documentation, her real name is there. So you have to kind of know and see. The thing is, I'm going to say this, and I'm not speaking to one specific person, but when we go to various pages, we got to understand what they know as they know it, or what they know as we're assuming it. Because what I can say about the documents and the court and the way it works is what I, from my experience. But I've heard other people say things and I don't speak on their chat, so I don't say it in the chat, and they're completely wrong because that's not how that work. But I'm not gonna go on there and say that because that's their title. They can say what they want to say. But I'm very cautious that I probably won't come back here because you don't know what you're talking about. You're doing more of a reaction and a gossip versus when we talk about the documents over here, we rarely say we think and we assuming because you have the facts right in front of you. Lady T-Bug then broke this thing down. If you look through her video, she got all the documents and they kind of in order. That's why I kind of stopped going other places because they be all over the place. And I'm like, I can't follow that because this ain't my life. So I need somebody to go in order. And like she put all the documents in one live. And I like that because I don't have to go back and to this one, to that one, to that one, to look at the documents or to go try to get them for myself to figure out what's really going on. I could just come here, listen, and say, oh, that's what that means. Because that's why I took notes because I'm like, oh, that's what that means. Because I'm looking at the chat and most people in the chat are saying things that don't line up with the document. And when we sit up here and say, I think the unindicted co-conspirator, I think I'm not I thinking. I would bet a lot of money that the unindicted co-conspirator is Dominique because of what the documents say about her. These documents only speak of Lamont in I believe one specific way, and that is it. Dominique is all up and through there in the beginning.
I
So
think
that's
Lamont there 2 times. He the lawyer and he the co-signer or the
yeah, but see, that's not in the beginning. From day one, Dominique been all up through there, and she was Shirley's assistant, and no telling what she did for him. And it appears that he was trying to make it seem like the Jasmine girl was Dominique, which Jasmine is not Dominique. Jasmine is another Mark, and I think that's something that people don't know because I saw Jasmine on social media, and if you don't know who she is, you would think that oh, she was one of his girlies. She wasn't. She was another Mark, but
Mm-hmm.
it didn't go nowhere because he got arrested, in my opinion, because I saw her there on the social media. But
Okay.
Sonya took all that stuff down, so now you don't have it anymore. And if you when you're looking at stuff with Nesto, it's never what it seems to be. And Sonya lies so much. So you gotta take what she say with a grain of salt because she throwing out all these lawyers. Why she know so many lawyers? Cause she a crook
but
and she only ever worked for one lawyer. Honestly, if you listen to what she said all the time, she's really only gave examples of working for real one lawyer in this instance from 2022 till now. So all the other stuff that she gives is out of just knowing that those people are lawyers, and I'm assuming from dealing with other lawyers because I can from the information that we have, just off what we have before everything became public and they knew we was listening, she only talked about that one lawyer working for. Now, anything she said past that, I really don't believe because she talking to us now.
But
So you
Sharon,
gotta
can I put my
disseminate.
finger in? Can I put my
Okay,
trick
yeah,
finger?
go ahead out the bushes, and then Sparkling Night's gonna finish up, and then my big sis, I said what I said.
Oh, okay. Because all I want to say was, in my opinion, from where I'm at, I don't got no professional background or anything. I'm just here at my home listening to this day in, day out for years and years, putting together what I have in my mind. Could they had a been approach Lamont as a witness and as a um kind of like maybe a snitch or something, like probably been approached them and he been wired up or whatever, a witness before Nesto even got arrested. Cause this is where my mind take me. Lamont been a mole. He
Mhm.
been snitched. He been, that's why he even called him while in jail to connect the dots. No, this is my mind. No facts, no documents, nothing.
I like your point of view.
Just watching this, he calling him, he bringing up instances of women to connect him in the pimp activities or something in that nature. Then he's telling him, oh, Shirley can't divorce you. All you got to go in and tell her you ain't moving out because I'm your husband or something like that. I can't remember. But
Right.
pumping
Kick
him
the
up.
door in.
Stay good, brother. Stay prayed up. I'ma check on a bond,
Mm-hmm.
whatever he, all that kind of stuff. Then, old girl, um, Scooter, she coming with no edges. All of that coming to see him. She finding him. So, like, I understand about that legal mail, but in my mind, it's all to get him caught up into being a scam. How can you say you're not a scammer when you're in jail scamming? You're accepting legal mail from a stranger. You're supposed to be married to this woman, but you're laughing, kikiing, calling her blow pop, calling her friends blow pop, talking about it's the devil, talking about Sheraton, talking about it's her fault when you're the one doing all of this stuff. You're doing your dance, you and your MF dance, you all in the green waters. You doing all of this. You're with the Queen of the South. You get arrested. All of this. But while in jail, where you calling on the Lord, you still on the scam. You needed your people to go with her to clean out your dirty car from more dirty mess. So I'm just like, it's been a setup. The jail talk been a setup. It's all going coming down. And little Scooter herself is the setup queen. I don't even know if she really was shot in her stomach. I don't know if that was a storyline, or I don't know, she might have been or whatever, but she's connected with the people. And period, because she too much. She asking too many questions. Your son said you don't post to after this. Um, my favorite is, where did you park at Walmart? That's my favorite. So I don't trust the people he been talking to. I don't trust it. Oh,
None of them can be trusted, if you ask me. None of them
I
can be
don't
trusted.
trust it.
I think everybody trying to save themselves. Honestly, when I say I think that one person is an unindicted co-conspirator, what I think is that they could have charged Lamont, or they threatened him with charging him for something, whether
That's what
it
I'm
be
thinking.
something. That's just what I think. I just think that it may not be true, but I think that. But I also think that Nesto is similar to a drug dealer that will rob another drug dealer. So on this truck, he created three names and left the familiar names in there, the real names. It's the possibility that these three scammers didn't even know he used their names on this loan application, because who they weren't gonna call it, and even if they did, I don't think the three scammers would have cared, or the three people. I put it like this: the three people would have cared because they Nesto associates. So it's a possibility that they could say, I had no idea that he used my name for that. And putting down your friends as a reference. Nesto putting, now the scam is he put it in Shirley's name, right? That's the fraud. All right, using her identity to buy something. Okay, but putting down names of your friends as a reference is not a crime, because we put down friends as a references all the time if we have to. So that in itself is not a crime. So they could say, well, I didn't know he put my name down as a reference. Or they could say, well, yeah, he told me he was buying a truck, and he told me he was going to use me as a reference. Now, they can say, well, he didn't tell me he was putting nobody else's name on the truck. He just said he was buying a truck, and would I mind if I put him down as a reference? They could say that as their defense to these references that they have of him over here. And who's to say that they did know, unless they go in there being questioned and say, well, I didn't, he told me he was buying a truck and he said he might have to do something crazy, but he needed to use me as a reference. You know what I'm saying? Unless they go in there and tell on themselves, I can't see yet how they would know whether he did this on his own with this truck as far as the references, or whether they knew he was doing this in Shirley's name and they were helping him. So
Well,
I
just
think they have a little.
judging by Brother Earl's calling, did they say Brother Earl contacted one of them women under the guise as a lawyer?
Right,
He was
school
the
teacher. Yeah, he
first
contacted
lawyer.
school teacher. Yeah, he contacted school teacher. I don't know what that is, impersonating a
So
lawyer, but he
it
didn't
seems
really.
like he
He didn't
kind
really
of with the
impersonate.
shit. Brother Earl is
Yeah,
not
he is with the
like
shit. Yeah,
by his character, like old girl was saying, by his character, just by his jailhouse character, he's down for putting his name on a loan, just like he was down
oh
for
yeah,
putting his name
absolutely.
on the
Yeah, I
loan
don't
to
think
get
he
him
would
out
have
of
minded. I
jail.
don't think.
So
Yeah, I don't think he would have cared. I don't think he would have cared. But what I'm saying is the possibility is Nesto is the scammer that will rob the drug dealer that will rob other drug dealers. Like he'll
but
scam the other
Lamont seemed
scammer
like the
when he need
scammer
to.
that will let
He
old
is.
boy
He
hang out
is.
to dry.
He
I
is.
think Lamont might be winning on the with their brotherhood and the scam hood, because I'm looking at the scam hood with them brothers. Lamont right now is winning because he not in jail. While he calling,
Right.
talking about be strong, believe in God. I
Right.
went and
Right.
checked up on him.
Right.
Uh,
Right.
now he goes.
Right.
So I
And I
believe
believe
they
they
was
could
in
have arrested
cahoots.
Lamont
He
for
was even
something.
in California driving them cars. So
Yep.
I don't think he was just so like, I mean, he could use that as an excuse because shit, I don't la shit until you get, you know how it's gonna go. But all in all, guilty until proven innocent. Lamont is he deep in it. That one number, they were so sloppy. That one number connected him and it saved yourself. If they called him and brought him in or whatever, he told too.
You say what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
If anything, if they called him, contacted him, because I'm thinking on the back end, Brother Lamont might have been contacted through that number. Because his number is all up and through. Even on the front end.
Correct.
Even if
Yes.
Miss
Yes.
Shirley did not say this man defrauded me on this car, that Earl's number is on this case from the very beginning. So now we at the end, and his number still on the case. You are a part of this too. So I'm thinking they probably been knew that, and it's a save yourself going on with between those brothers.
Well,
Okay.
I think y'all missing the bigger point though.
I said what I said. One moment, please, Vicky. I
Oh,
know I
Vicky need to
said you
speak.
was late, but
Oh,
Vicky
okay.
wanted to finish up, and then you can come right on. Right after her, she came in the messenger.
I'll be quick. I said what I said.
Okay.
I love you, so I want to, I want to hear your comment. Shan made a very good point. I really didn't. I didn't. I always thought that Dominique was the co-conspirator,
Mhm.
was the unindicted co-conspirator.
Mhm.
However, I never really. I didn't think about the paperwork. They're not saying because people were, like, oh, it's Lamont, it's Lamont, and
Mhm.
I kind of like, well, maybe because he's kind of in on these, and he did call Melody and whatnot. Um, However, they never said don't talk to Lamont in the paperwork. They said stay away from Dominique.
Yeah.
So I never thought about that. I just wanted to, I forgot everything else I was going to say. But that's a very great point that they never said stay away from Earl Lamont Dunbar. As a matter of fact, they're not even trying to like, yeah, keep talking to him because the fraud's still happening. Like we have you, I mean, we have you in jail talking to him, and y'all are talking about Shirley. You're talking about hoes. You're talking about this and that, and um, how you had extra cars and how he gave you this car and that car. Oh, keep talking to him. Keep it going. Yeah, keep it up. Um, they willing. They absolutely let him go in and continue to talk to Lamont. I don't think that's by accident. Even if Lamont did talk to them, they probably did threaten. Could have threatened him, or Lamont. I mean, by saying, "Look, don't let him know that we talked to you, because this could hurt you too." So you still could get charges pressed against you because maybe you were involved in a scam. But I just thought that's a great point that they to kind of further stamp that it seems like Dominique is more the unindicted co-conspirator because one, she was the one like picking up money, transferring money. Um, I forgot. I think it's Olivia, the one with the motorcycle, was saying that she was sending the air quote girls the money. She was selling them money, and I think Dominique was one of the girls. Dominique was the one that was living with Shirley. So
And
it's
Melody met with her when at the art.
right,
Mm-hmm.
right. So
Mm-hmm.
That's why it solidifies it for me now. Lamont is not the unindicted co-conspirator because if he were, they most certainly would have said you can't have any contact with Lamont, with Earl Lamont Dunbar, aka Carlos Lamont.
Big
Um,
pop chop.
big chop. So they let him continue to hang himself. They let him continue to hang himself with Lamont. So that's all I got for right now.
Okay, okay, take it from here. I said what I said. I had to let Vic get back in.
Oh, that's okay. She gonna come back in anyway.
Shut
She's
up.
on mute.
Yeah, she gonna come back in as soon as I start speaking anyway. But I'm used to it, and it's all good. We all love each other. But I just think everybody missing the bigger point. The bigger point is all of these ninjas probably was in on the scams or whatever, and they like Shan said a long time ago. Buckwheat is not gonna let them know what the name of the game is, right? All he does is execute different jobs for what he want everybody to do. And so he might say, you go do this and you go do that and you go do the other. But he not really letting them know the game plan of what the real game plan is. The only person that knew what the execution of the plan was Erica King, because he knew she was the only one that could execute the plan. He knew that he wasn't smart enough to do that. And yeah, a lot of things that Pork Chop and Dion and whoever else, the whole harem of girls that he had around them, they probably was doing different things for him, but they none of them really knew what the actual plan was and how the actual plan was going to be executed. And the only person that I feel like that actually knew what was Erica, and that's the reason why she got that deal, and that's the reason why she turned over all of her um evidence that she had against him. And keep in mind, remember when him and when him and Dion was talking on the phone, Dion made the statement in the reference, well, Dom, Dom even thought she was you. She was trying to play the game so hard, she thought you had her thinking she was you when you wasn't around. And so at the end of the day, Dominique probably is
That was Miss Jones. That was Miss
no,
Jones.
that was Miss Jones that he was saying. I thought he was talking about Dominique when he said she thought she was him.
Nope, Miss Jones.
That's Miss Jones.
So is
But
Dominique and Miss Jones two different people?
Yes, they are.
yeah, they're two different people. Yeah.
Okay.
Which one of them took him to was well, you don't know about that because you didn't even talk about that, so I'm not going to even bring that one up. But I just don't feel like I feel like yes, everybody probably played a little small part in what he was doing, but it's just like when the police is looking for the main kingpin that's selling the pharmaceuticals, they know that it's other people involved doing different things, and everybody is not on the up and up. The main focus is buckwheat. That's what they can prove. That's who they want. That's who they got all their evidence against. And that's who the whole case is built around, is him. So their main focus is him and him only. They probably don't care about what everybody else was doing. And the reason why everybody else kind of got away from him, eat pork chop, because he's been to jail before. Everybody know how this goes down. And everybody's having very minimum contact with him. The longer he stayed in jail, the more serious that they saw that this case was getting. Now, if he would have just got in and got out, then okay, quit. Okay, they would have all been back boys, and they would have all continued doing what they did. But the longer it went, even Dre started questioning. Well, something going on. They won't let you out, and you've been locked up. Even when Dre is on the phone with him, Dre is still trying to get information about what happened, because everybody, they don't know what's going on, but they know something is going on, because number one, he couldn't bond out. Number two, we're going on year 3 and he's still locked up. And number 3, he's already been indicted. And so by him being indicted, him being in jail for so long, they know this is something serious. And most criminals I know do not want to be implicated in nothing, especially if they know their hands are not clean. So they're going to try to stay as far away from him as they can. And Miss Boogie Down, I heard you when I was driving talk about him trying to make a deal with God. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. This ninja think he can scam God. He think because he's in jail, he's done calmed down, he's done accepted his reality. So now I done scammed everybody that I can in Fulton County. So now I'm finna try to scam the Lord. And he really think that the Lord is gonna bless him and get him out of this trouble, because he already know he done turned to all of these different lawyers. Nobody haven't really been able to help him. Even when he had the public defender, we remember when Hannah was representing him, she wasn't really trying to hardly get him out of jail, in my opinion. Hannah was just going up there, showing up and doing what she had to do. He paid 3 different people to try to get him out on bail. And keep in mind, they was never on his case. All those lawyers was there to do was to bail him out, and nobody was seen to be able to bail him out. And so everybody on the outside looking in, they all looking at this. And so I know Pochop was going to disappear anyway, because in the beginning, he really didn't want to be bothered with buckwheat anyway. He didn't want to spend any money on him. Dion don't have no money to spend on him. And ain't nobody going to do no time with him. The only person that's doing time with him is Lil Scooter. She the only one that's vying for him. And she's the only one, her and Silverback. They the only 2 on this team. And in their defense, he got to have somebody on his team. And the way I see it all, I feel like everybody playing their positions. Okay. Whether you for him or against him, everybody is still playing their position. And the ones that don't want to be included in this, they don't step back. So that's how I see it all. And now y'all know I gotta say something about cotton candy. Now, as far as cotton candy go, I'm gonna say this one more time for the umpteenth time. She wasn't there when he was doing the crimes. She just didn't care where the stuff came from. Don't tell me that this woman didn't know that they couldn't afford everything that they had, especially when he was bringing home G-Wagons and diamond rings or what have you. I know she know that they couldn't afford everything that they had, especially with his businesses going down, him not really depositing any money in the bank account, and him just spending all of her money. And I'm not saying she was watching it on a daily basis, but as a married person, we know what our household can afford, and we know what our household can't afford. And so I'm just gonna stand on that. I'm gonna say she didn't know where the stuff was coming from, but she also didn't care where it was coming from. As long as he was bringing her home presents, because that's how he stroked her ego, She the one who said she loved gifts. So as long as she could receive a gift, in my opinion, she didn't care where the gifts came from. She never clutched her pearls about any of these charges. She never gasped when they did the call and he told her about the CP charges. She said they are just allegations and they haven't been proven. And they're absolutely right about that. But me as a wife, I would have been flabbergasted if somebody would have accused my husband of doing something of that nature. But, she played a poker face the whole time. And she never got excited about none of this at all. No matter what came her way, the only thing she got excited about is when the public found out when he was on TV, she clutched her pearls one time, and that's when his face got splattered all over the TV. Other than that, I never seen her get excited about any of this other mess. No matter who came and told her what, she didn't believe anybody, and I wouldn't believe people from the streets either. But when my daughter come to me and tell me that something might not be right, and I don't know what her daughter told her, but if your child come to you and try to tell you and try to talk to you and tell you something, to me, your child have your best interest at heart. I don't care if y'all had a fight last night and she come back tomorrow and say, Mama, so and so, so and so, so and so, so and so. I'm still gonna hear my child out. And even if I don't believe my child, I'm still gonna do my own investigation to find out what's going on. And that's what I have to say about all of it.
I was on mute. I
Yay!
was on mute, but I agree with you because if my husband came home and we was homeless and he got a $200,000 RV, how much a Bentley costs? That
A
I don't
lot.
know. Okay, let's say $100,000. I don't know how much a Bentley costs. Vehicle and a $20,000 ring, and we homeless. I would have been offended. I would have been offended.
And you got questions.
You would have had some major questions about, like, okay, well, what are we gonna do about a house? Like, what's going on? Like,
And yeah.
she's not she didn't ask anything of that nature, and it is bizarre. But I mean, we've talked about this ad nauseum, like with her. It's just like, what were you thinking, sis? Like, when he can't. I mean, they were living in that other house in 20 when he got her the ring. So he got her the ring in what, 2021, right? Because I think that was the birthday party from 2021, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct in that?
I remember the date.
Okay,
Now, what
so
did you just say? I'm sorry. What did
he
you
got
say?
her the upgraded ring in 2021, right?
Oh, I think that was that birthday. It was before he got arrested. Let's put it that way.
Her birthday's after he got arrested. So I think it was, I want to say that was 2021. So they were living in that house. It's like, well, I would have, I guess maybe I'm ungrateful. Maybe that's why I ain't got nobody. I ain't got a man, I ain't got no woman. Cause I ask questions. It's like, okay, well, did you get like a bonus or something? Cause that rock was pretty nice. So, like,
I
what
want, but
happened?
but let me ask y'all this: what do y'all think Nesto told Shirley about
I mean,
having to?
she may not have asked any questions, but I just know for me, and I'm like Vicky, I don't have no man. If my man don't have a job and he is pulling up with these things because the business was closed, okay, I would have an issue. I would have an issue.
But did she know that the business was closed? Because
I don't know
remember,
what she know. That's why
in
I
the
said
beginning,
I,
some of
I.
the one of the early calls, she said your employees call here. So I don't think she knew that it
That
was
was
even closed.
right.
I'm
That was
speaking
early
from
on.
me. Yeah, I'm speaking from me. Me,
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
I'm
her
sure.
question,
I'm sure the sign went up there no more. And I mean, like I said before, people I know that are married, they go to each other's job, they go to each other's businesses. He was evicted. He was evicted.
People that I know that are married, they send each other cupcakes, the cupcakery, edible arrangements. They do. You know exactly where your spouse works, and you might go. You might do a
Right.
pop up visit just to show your face. And I mean, especially if it's his business, so you just want to come and say hi to the employees. I understand that, like, Shirley is like standoffish, and she don't want to talk to the employees or whatever. That's where attitudes. Scott, let me
But
stop.
but even think about this though. Even after all of that, And when he went to jail, they didn't have a quarter. She was already homeless and living with her friends.
No.
And she was at, and she was asking him about um this and that and the other. But at the end of the day, if he was such a man, and he was supposed to be bringing her all of these lavish things, and they were supposed to be able to afford everything, well, why were you homeless? If you bring me a $20,000 ring, and you buy me a $200,000 G-Wagon, and I don't have no house, you don't have
This
no questions about
I
that?
wouldn't even
this
accept it.
this is what
With
I
Yeah,
this,
see.
with
but
a
listen,
stick.
but listen, and listen to my question though. Even if Nesto told Shirley he was closing the barbershop, because do you think Nesto actually told Shirley he didn't have a job?
No.
But
Oh
no,
yeah,
No,
he's
I don't.
no, he
he's
Yeah,
not
always
gonna do
played like
that.
he working. That's why he was
He
gone.
but he but right,
the
and he
business
telling
wasn't
her
even in his name. That's another issue I would have with my husband.
Right.
he right, but he
Regardless of what
also told
I
her,
make, it's my check. Is my check. What are you bringing to the household?
I
yeah,
just got
but
one
see,
question for the married
Shirley,
women. Is the young assistant moving in the homes? Is everybody letting the young assistant move into their homes as they protege?
You don't need
Uh,
no young assistant. You got young kids. Them your
Right,
assistants.
right.
like, and
Well,
giving up.
she may have felt like she needed that because
Miss,
she wasn't at home that much in the
yeah,
beginning, because she used to travel around with work. But remember, he told Dre she run everybody off, and she's not gonna do the work that I need her to do. So he made her feel like he was such an important man that he
Hmm.
needed an
and he needs
assistant
an
to
assistant.
help him with
Uh-huh.
to help him do his job, or to help him do his paperwork. So he made her feel like that he needed an assistant. So
But
that's
do
probably
the
why she was
assistant
going
move
forward with
Right.
in
that.
the home?
But
Like,
that's how I was
not a
answering the first
nanny.
question when I said that Shirley don't. We already have come to the conclusion that Shirley don't know nothing and she ain't asking no questions. So it's
Yeah,
not even a
she
real
was gone
question
for it.
because she ain't asking no questions and she gon' and see the one thing that I constantly come back to is if she made $400,000 a month, which we kind of all know that that's pretty much her salary,
Hmm.
she could afford everything that he bought her. And that's the thing that for
Okay,
me,
but
I
when
would have
you
been
say that, what
questioning.
does that mean? Because I can afford it, my husband
She
don't
couldn't
have.
afford
No,
it
What does
because
that
you didn't
mean?
let me, but you didn't let me finish what I was saying.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, because I see.
Because
I
you
don't
didn't let me finish
understand.
what I said. What I was saying was she can afford everything that he got her. So in her mind, because he's telling her, and y'all, everybody already have said these things up here. She can afford basically everything that he got for her. And on top of that, she's assuming that he's bringing to the table because she's not asking no questions. But what it looked like is because he telling her these things, she think there's businesses. She thinks
right,
he's working. She
right,
thinks there's a need for an assistant, which there is
right,
not, because
right.
what there's a need for is there's a need for an accountant, there's a need for a manager to negotiate
A
your
business
contract.
manager.
That's
Yeah.
what there's
Yep.
need for. But
Yeah.
she doesn't know these things because he tells her what she needs to know. And
Right.
Right.
she is playing oblivious so
Yeah.
she can live in her fantasy world where my husband is everything and he
There
gonna
you
Right.
take
go.
care of it
There
all.
you
Right.
go.
I
So
I
understand.
She
it's
don't
no
want to
longer,
know.
it's not the fact that, oh,
Bingo.
because
She don't want to know.
Shirley is not
She,
any of
she
us.
don't
It's
want to
never
know.
gonna be that way because I haven't seen a person come through here that's not gonna question these things. But Shirley didn't, and if she ever gets in another relationship, I don't think she is because
Yeah, I
in
wouldn't.
anybody's mind, surely you could afford a $20,000 ring in 1 month. That's that's your salary. You can afford a G wagon. It's your yearly salary. You can afford to buy you one in a couple of years or whatever outright if
Well,
you
well can,
do your money
She
right.
did buy
but
But
can I
herself
ju-
one.
can,
She
but can I
did
just
buy
say
right,
herself
this
she
one.
though?
did.
But can I just say this? Even if she could afford it, she didn't want to afford it.
She didn't want to buy it herself.
She was complaining about paying for the storage, about paying for all of the insurances.
She
Yeah.
should.
She
She
But
was
she was
should.
complaining.
paying for it though.
But
But
I'm
see,
saying,
see that
but what I'm saying is she was complaining about paying for the bills that she had to pay for while he was locked up in jail. So
Mhm.
that's
I
why. Go
I
ahead.
mean, we all kind of. I'm sorry, I said what I said. I apologize.
I
And
told him you was gonna do it, but go
sh-
for it.
hush your damn mouth, because I'm giving you a year, about at least a year of what you did to me.
Siren
Okay,
talking all over the
so
background.
we all complain about bills. So I don't take that like to heart that she's complaining about bills. I take the
Mm-mm.
stupidity of not knowing how much things cost, and then getting surprised at it. I take that as like you're a fucking idiot. Like, why don't you know how much all of this stuff costs? Why don't you have why don't you have something to know how much this costs? I think the duty of having to pay the bills, because he was supposed to take care of that,
I
and
think
that's
he
what.
created a whole bunch of shit for her to pay for. That's what I think.
Yeah,
He created a bunch of shit for
I
her to
wouldn't
pay
have been
for.
complaining because I wouldn't have
And he
paid it.
left her to pay for it. And at the
There you
same
go.
time, and he drained all of her cash. Like, she's making $500,000 a year. He drained her disposable cash.
But
So
guys,
Shirley was living from check to check.
there you
You
go.
know,
And
all them bills.
hold up too,
Go
ma'am.
ahead.
Hold up 1 second.
Go ahead.
Because at the end of the day, if she was such a rich woman and they can afford so many rich things,
Uh-huh.
and her salary paid per se for everything, why the hell did she stay with her? Why the hell was she living with her friend as long, almost for a
Right.
whole year, as long
Right.
as she did? Because
Yeah.
at any given time, they could have went and rented any place.
Yeah.
She
She
could
said
have
Steve
rented a
told her
car.
she needed to get
She
out.
could have rented a car to get around instead of driving that
Yeah.
raggedy leaky
I
truck
think,
that
yeah.
she was
I think,
complaining
yeah.
about. So
Yep.
don't tell me about all the money that she
No,
could afford to
I
have.
think
And
he drained all her disposable cash. And I think that what she had was what she was getting in her paycheck. And by the time Nesto finished sliding all them vehicles on that insurance, all them bills he had her paying
That's a
for, Shirley was
shame.
still, yeah, he did the stuff behind her back. And then I think at some point Nesto gave Shirley bullshit stories of great business ideas, and if you do this,
Oh, she
but at
went
what
out.
point? Okay, and I understand because the whole thing about it is she was just trying to live. To me, in my opinion, and this is I said what I said. It's opinion. She wanted to live like Steve and Marjorie to the best of her ability, and she wanted so much to have their life, and she wanted that image to the point where she was just propping up this dusty ninja who she knew wasn't what she was trying to put him out there to be. And a lot of women do that shit. They make more money than they man, and they know they make more money than they man. And before they go to the restaurant, they'll slide that ninja $100 or $200 to make it look like he's
Make them
paying for
feel
the
good.
bill. They'll go on social media. Look what my man bought me. Look what my man bought
Mm-hmm.
me. And in actuality, your ass bought the flowers. I've even seen heifers at my job send they self flowers and play like they dusty ass man sent it to them.
100%.
And what about
What?
her snatching him from Ebony? Not to bring Ebony into it, but
We don't
when,
know that for a fact.
well, not snatching, but allowing him to flirt and like, I don't know, but 4 months even to get married is quick.
All we've
So,
heard is his side of that. So, and we know he's not
Right.
known to be
You know he's a
truthful.
liar. Go
So,
ahead,
so what
Letitia.
is the timeline
What's
from
today? Saturday?
Steve saying Shirley this
Yes,
your
man.
husband to the marriage from Shirley not even knowing what Nesta voice sounded like over
Who
the
won the
phone?
damn
That
game?
part.
yeah.
That part.
Who won the
Yeah.
game?
Well, she talked.
Shan.
Shan, you know
Oh,
what? I if she wanted to be like Steve and Marjorie, if she wanted to be like Marjorie, she wanted Marjorie's lifestyle so bad. Steve was trying to give her the heads up and like tell her leave that jail, but boy alone. So
Did he?
I mean,
No,
okay,
After the
I,
fact,
this
No,
you
this
because
said
is
Shirley, this your man.
no.
Shirley
I'm
did.
talking
Shirley this
before.
Shirley,
your man.
because remember
But
when Shirley was talking about Buckwheat, she said Buckwheat asked her, "Well, did he offer you anything?" She said, "No,
But
he
he
just
didn't
he
know the
was
truth. Remember, he
right.
said he didn't know that I don't have my house. He don't know these things were in
yeah,
your
he didn't know nothing
business
was
name.
true."
He didn't know. So I
So
can't
wait,
help what I don't know.
And
But what
And
I'm
not to
saying,
mention the ebony spread that comes along with the wedding, for the whole show to
what
have
I'm
you
saying
familiar with
though,
somebody.
it is like I said last night, Marjorie had already left two men who got locked up. Hung in there for a quick second, but then left and got her life together and re-upped on a man with a little more potential, legal potential. So she went and re-upped. Steve was I mean he wasn't gonna give her no money, and Shirley was damn sure ain't gonna ask for no money because she is too proud to beg. But she'll sit there and look like a fool running behind and paying paying umpteen lawyers for this man. Steve was giving her a heads up. Let don't let your don't have to start, don't your job could be in jeopardy. Don't let your life kind of crumble before you get yourself together. And she's, well, I don't have anything. Like whoever said it, that he took everything from her. He made sure he sucked out whatever he could suck out of her life. And then whatever she was trying to use to rebuild, he was trying to suck that out even more. And he's still trying to suck the life out of her by fighting this instead of
And she still didn't care what he sucked out of her. She didn't care about none of it until Steve Harvey said, it's either your job or it's that ninja. And that's when she made an executive decision to keep her job and to keep her image and to keep her lifestyle up. Because had it not came out in the public, she would have still been trying to read him them damn Job verses that don't even apply to
Absolutely.
him.
Oh my God.
And
It,
that's just
Hold on
my
one
opinion
second.
yeah,
of it all.
Hold on one
everybody
second.
would have
Hold
been
on.
hating on them, and Daryl was a hater, like Dion said,
Hang on, our
because he
host
was
has a
12.
word. Our host has a word. Hang on.
Hold on one moment. Thank you, Cupcake. That's why I don't want any advice from the strawberry letter. Great live, Lady T Bug. Thank you, Cupcake. Okay, carry on, ladies.
No, I'm just saying, it to me, it's all about image with her. And no matter what road this ninja took her down, she was still
Yep,
willing to hold him down as
yes.
yep.
long as I can keep my man, my man, my man, my man, and flaunt it
Mm-hmm.
I
in
don't.
her friends' faces
Mm-hmm.
that she's a Z-list star on the radio, and
Oh
that
Mm-hmm.
she's
Lord.
this and she's that, and her man is doing this and her man is
Yep.
doing that. And
Mm-hmm.
until that man told her she wasn't gonna be on the radio no more, is when she decided that she was gonna give it all up and keep her job. Because, like Vicky said, he took her all the way down to the bottom to zero.
Mm-hmm.
Less than zero, in my opinion, because you got to stay with your friends.
You don't
You
even
got
know where her mama China at.
right. You don't even know where your mama China is.
Can't
You
get in the storage.
didn't even have a change of sheets to put on your bed to
No,
change your bed. Didn't even have no wine glasses for you and your girlfriend to cry about your
she
problems.
ain't got no boots to put on the ground. She needs to go to the store and buy more boots.
Right,
And then the
right.
crazy part is that sitting there laughing at her when she's trying to rebuild her life. Them folks sleeping on in a one bedroom and on an air mattress. Like, d-
Laughing
I mean,
at her.
And let
laughing
me
at her
and let me
attempts to
just
go ahead. Sorry,
let me just address Lil Scooter. In my mind, Lil Scooter is a non MF factor in this. All
she
she
is.
is a side piece that he put her in charge. He asked her to be the coach. And I understand all of y'all get mad at Lil Scooter for the things that she say and do, but it wouldn't be no Lil Scooter if Buckwheat wouldn't want Lil Scooter there. He the one who hired her. He the one who wanted her on the team. He the one was going around bragging, talking about she know about the law, and she got that mouthpiece
And
and
he
she
was the one who
told
put
Got
her
that
up to
walk.
getting on social
right,
media.
right. He put her in charge of everything. So don't get mad at little Scooter. Don't hate the game, hate the
I'm
player.
in charge.
Yeah, he put her in charge. He
I'm
put
not
her
mad
in
at her.
charge.
But I said just leave Shirley's name out your mouth. If you, if she thinks Shirley is this and that, just wait and see. Just wait and see because Sonya really hasn't. I
Now
mean,
let her keep talking because she don't know what Shirley gonna do down the line. She don't know what's coming for her. So let her and Silverback sit over there, just like she got them subpoena papers. Shirley might be sending her some papers. So let her just keep running her mouth and keep making and keep digging her hole deeper. And that's one thing I will give Shirley props on. is that she haven't addressed any of this mess.
I
And
don't.
there's a
Mhm.
reason why she ain't addressed it. So we will have to
Well,
wait and stay tuned to find out why she haven't addressed anything. But for whatever reason, Miss Strawberry ain't addressing none of it.
I do hope she gets. I mean, I know people there's a mixed opinion about whether she should address it further, actually get an opportunity to address it, because we know she got cut off when Steve wanted to praise Marjorie. Um, she really didn't get a chance to kind of, cook a little bit, and I know she couldn't say much, but there's something more that she could have said to at least address, like stuff with her daughter, something. I would like for her to like start living in her truth, because this thus far she seems like she really is living, still trying to live in this fantasy land. The same goes with Ernest. He's trying to live in this fantasy land because he's not willing to confess to anything, of course, and he's trying, like, he claims he's doing a fast. This might be a ploy, like they might be using somebody else's pen. Who knows? He called Dre, got some money. He called her, she put some money on his books, and he don't want to talk to nobody, or whatever it is. He's not willing to be truthful and honest about anything that he's accused of.
But it's all he
Nothing.
has. If he were to be honest with himself, he would
Yeah.
fall apart. It's all
Yeah.
he has.
And he's a scammer. He's never lived in his truth. This is his truth.
I'm
He
be honest
ain't.
with you.
This is his truth. And let me just say this last thing, and I'm gonna get on down. Everybody playing their damn part, y'all. Everybody playing their position. The hoe playing her position, the wife playing her position, and the scammer playing his position, the son playing his, and the fake friends playing their position. Everybody playing their cards to the best of their ability because of the situation that they're in. And I really feel like everybody just playing their part to the best of their ability. And that's all I got to say. I'm out.
Thank you. I said what I said.
I
Okay.
think that yes, they are playing a part, but I think sometimes in narcissism, and I know he's not diagnosed, but he displays some severe narcissistic traits. I mean, like, genuine narcissistic traits. You go look up some of the characteristics. He fits them um, to a T. I don't think you can be like really. I think it's very hard for you to be saved and to be religious. I'll be honest with you. That's just my opinion. You can, disagree with me, but I just don't think he's. I don't think he has the ability to be able to succumb and surrender and give himself over to God, because like Letitia just said, this is all he has. But I don't know. I wanted to respond to Georgia Peach. Yes, he could have, when Lady T Buck played that call where he said, well, she said, I need the keys to the storage, and
Yes.
he pivoted so hard. What did he say, Lady T Buck? I can't remember.
Ain't nothing
He
in there anyway.
he's
Ain't
my
nothing in there.
paper.
I don't know what you want it for. All the
What
stuff gone.
my papers and on my paper. She's like, I need the keys to That's the yes of my property. All my papers gone. So he pivoted back to himself. Yes, he very well could have released his property to Shirley,
He
but
could
he
have.
he didn't want Shirley
He
with
didn't
his
want to.
property because he knew
Nope.
them
And the tape and
penises.
the documents say he had two storage keys.
Yes, he had. He it was in Dominique's name, and he had the keys. He could have very well released his key. Released his key if he wanted
Mhm.
so badly for Shirley to get that truck. So you willing to release like the keys or whatever, or maybe Shirley had a backup key. Who knows? Um, Maybe I'm assuming Shirley had a backup key, so he wouldn't release
I'm
his
assuming
property.
Shirley didn't have no keys at
Yeah, I
all.
don't
It
think she
sounds like
did.
she didn't.
So how
Sounds like
was
she
she
didn't have
able to
it.
drive it then
Not you talking about keys to the truck or the
to
storage.
to the truck?
Well, I'm assuming she got the keys from the auction when she went to get it.
Yes.
Do they?
Right.
I mean,
That's what I'm
because they
thinking.
don't.
The auction got the keys from the police station, I'm assuming.
I'm oh.
The repo people. When the people,
Yeah, the
they met.
repo people that
This
told
not sell. That's this is not her truck, so she don't got no keys.
Here. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I think so. Georgia Peach talking about the storage.
I just think it's wrong. He knew that, like, and I do think that the police eventually let them in the storage. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think the police, or either she went and got his property or something, or got those keys, or she was something happened to where she was able to get into that storage, and they realized that like her piano was missing.
yeah,
Because
I
remember
remember
he
that.
said that with Lamont.
You're
He's like,
right.
them folks don't. For some reason, he hates Debbie so much, even though Debbie's been nothing but cordial for him and
He
cordial
hate
with him.
anybody he think that's telling Shirley not to go out, not to be with him. He hate anybody, and I think a lot of that sometimes is in his mind. It's just what he observes,
Mm-hmm.
and Shirley is with Debbie, and then if Shirley comes back and says, we can't.
She keep going in and out. She keep dropping down too.
But that piano, Letitia, you remember that when they
Yeah,
said the
Debbie.
piano's missing.
Debbie did a real quick inventory of what was in that storage. I forgot all about that.
He sold her. I personally believe he went in there and dug out, like he went and sold some shit real quick, like from her storage, like a lot of the stuff that was in there, because she said she was still popping tags, you know. She had a bunch of stuff in there, that probably I believe Shirley has very like nice taste as far as decorating goes.
Yeah,
And so she's not buying super cheap, and she probably continues to buy like just little knickknacks here and there. I don't think she's bougie, so and that's not a bad thing to be bougie. I'm just saying she likes nicer things. She's not going to. And Pier One was nice, but she's not going to a Pier One. She's going. She's going
She's
to
got
the
a
place.
Z Gallery and things like that. She's
Yes,
got champagne taste.
yes, she does
As
have.
she should, because she done put in a lot of work in the game, so she
Yes,
should be.
she
I agree
does.
with you on that now.
If you
That's
listen,
why I don't think she should have been having to foot everything because she make the salary. Hell no.
if you can afford it,
Hmm.
I say you should be able to spend as long as you paying your taxes so the IRS don't come get you, and you paying your bills so the other folks don't come get you and have to get your wages garnished or whatever, and you not treating anybody bad. I think if you want to spend every damn dime that you earn down to the last penny, you should be able to spend it. Especially if you work hard, you put in 30 some odd years of work, or 40 years of work, do it. Um,
Hmm.
but don't be letting nobody scam you out of.
I
You
think slowly but surely, Nesto maneuver his way into Shirley's finances because remember he was passing himself off as a subject matter expert in all
Mm,
categories.
Hmm.
And Shirley, it's just like people wanted to go into business that didn't know anything about business, and that's how Nesto was. He'd read a couple of paragraphs, sound like out of a book or off the internet, and then he would sound like he knew something to somebody that didn't know anything. And that's why I think people trusted him too. Because
oh,
listen to how he's talking to Sonya. For somebody that don't know any better, when he's talking about business, you think he knew what he was talking about. But I guarantee you look up anything he's talking about, none of it is gonna check out. Because Nesto don't know what the F he's talking about. But
right.
to somebody that doesn't know, they think he's an expert. And
Hmm.
so here's Shirley telling Nesto, yeah, you asked me about my credit when we.
Mm. Oh man, she went out, y'all.
But can I say one thing though too?
Go ahead.
I have never heard of Shirley having, and even in this instance, what we're listening to, Shirley was not having financial problems until Nesto with the IRS filing bankruptcy. This all
Bingo.
occurred after him.
I agree
This
with you.
stuff
Bingo.
happened after him. And she couldn't even complete a bankruptcy. Guess why? Because they looked at her like, ma'am, you shouldn't be filing. Why are you
Right.
filing a bankruptcy? And
I
Hmm.
agree
all
with
of
that.
that was on him, what he's been doing with her finances. And like I forgot who was just speaking said, she entrusted that fool with her finances, and this is what he did. Now he want to tell people, I told her to handle it. So I told her.
Girl,
Because
I
we've
told her.
never
he ain't
heard.
tell her shit. He don't
Now
pay
I don't know if
taxes
the lady
himself.
paid her bills on time or nothing, but I know She owned a house and she owned a G-Wagon, and those
Yeah.
are not cheap, even the older ones. So
Right.
in
And
a
we
house in
know
California at
I'm
that.
sure she paid her
exactly.
regular bills. She might have not paid her taxes, but the way she
But
paying
I
this
have a
stuff,
theory about those taxes too, and I
beat
don't
up
believe
truck,
him.
the way she paying them bills and on the insurance and who's on the insurance and all of this while he in jail, that woman was paying her PG&E or her whatever EG&E is out there in LA, her mortgage, her whatever, her note. She probably bought her car. She was handling her business to a T.
Hmm.
That's why she had that notepad. He was like, "What's that in the back?" My notepad, my folder. People that handle business got a whole folder because it's business. It's stuff we
Hmm.
got to write down. So,
Sound like you're digging for something.
yes.
I am digging for these damn divorce papers.
Lady T, I want to hear your IRS theory.
Okay. This is what I already told one of y'all on the panel because I couldn't hold it. I be hitting y'all up. But when we was talking about Steve and his IRS issues, and
Mhm.
he did not know that his taxes had not been paid until his tax preparer, his accountant had died, and they found that information after he died, right? Okay, why Shirley couldn't have the same accountant?
Hmm.
True. Yeah.
Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking that maybe that's what happened with Shirley, that maybe she had the same accountant as Steve, and she found out, after, the individual passed away as well. Because it seemed like she wasn't about to get arrested by the IRS. So I'm thinking, when they found out that he passed away, and I don't know who contacted who, Steve was able to, get ahead of his because he spoke about it publicly. We know Shirley has not, right? We just only heard Ernesto's part of it, right? And I feel like he was just saying that to, just say that he contributes something to the damn marriage.
Right.
He a wankster. But I was thinking that may possibly had happened with Shirley.
Maybe.
Yeah, because he did try to down her just because. I mean, here's the thing: who in Hollywood doesn't have end up having issues with the IRS? And I mean, IRS or state taxes, when you when you get to a certain income level, it only takes like one number off, and you could end up, like getting audited or whatnot, or just missing a year or something. They just feel like they need to audit you. It's just I don't that tax thing. I
It's
don't
not a moral failing, and it doesn't make her stupid. And
exactly.
his insinuation is that it makes her dumb.
And he ain't never paid a tax in his life. He's stealing coffee.
That's an excuse he was trying to use on her, like some kind of mind control. Like, oh, she didn't even pay her taxes. Well, have you ever even did anything to pay taxes?
No, because none
No,
of
So,
his businesses are ever in his name.
But
right.
he's also never had a job where
Well,
he
he had a
pays.
job. He sold tires.
Girl, that's a cash. That probably was cash.
Right.
Lady T-Bug.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna add to your IRS theory
Okay.
that I also had an opinion about the IRS theory. I can't see where Shirley was having tax problems until after she met Nesto, because she started dating Nesto seemed like somewhere around 2012. 2012
I
they
thought it was
got engaged.
2014.
2012 because
We don't
they
know
got
when they
engaged.
started dating.
They were
We just know
right,
when
but they
they
got engaged. But they was engaged
got engaged. Yeah.
2013. They was engaged 2013. It got married
Mm-hmm.
2015. So she said they got married. She said they got engaged 4 months after they met. That's what
Okay.
the thing on her bow on her little wedding thing said. Now, I don't know if
Okay.
that's true. Right.
Mm.
I want to say this while her connection's getting back up. There seemed it. Somebody made a good point. Go ahead. You there?
Okay.
Nobody's no, okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Now we
Yes, we
can.
can hear you now.
Okay, so I'm saying that because remember the only write up about Shirley having financial problems with came out in TMZ in 2014. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
It's the write up about Shirley being a deadbeat, but whatever. But that was after she met Nesto. So
Yes.
I'm not. Nobody showed me anything where Shirley was having financial problems prior to that. Now she may have had a lot of credit debt and a lot of whatever kind of debt, and I don't think her taxes originated until after she met this fool. Because the date that I saw on the thing don't seem, I think it was like she owed like $500,000 or $250,000 something, but it seemed like those things occurred after she got with Nesto. And remember, Nesto said, I got them tax people up off of her ass.
He
So
was lying.
I'm wondering what I know he didn't pay for shit, but
Wait a minute. When did TMZ write up
I
the thing
I
on her
think it
being
was
a deadbeat?
2017. I actually went over that one. I think it was 2017 or two. It was after
Yeah.
that, the date she said. But I did
Okay.
go over it over here on the front porch.
Okay.
I don't have it. I didn't save it.
Okay. No worries. Just curious.
It was in California.
Yeah,
I think it was 2017 though.
Gotcha.
it it seems like, and I wanted to comment to Lady Janice. He did keep her mentally controlled. You hear him always saying things about, like, basically making her mentally crippled when it comes down to um her capabilities of being able to handle business. Like, he really instilled, she was handling her business beforehand. This woman, I mean, it's not like I don't think she may have been depressed or anything, but I think she might have been sad that she really didn't have like a man. But that's also because who said it? Was it somebody said it last night? She was being bullied. I think it was Latita. I know, but
It was me.
it was you. Okay, so she was okay. I'm sorry. I apologize if I got that mixed up. But she was being bullied from the show. People from the show, like, they're laughing at her because she don't have a man. When you gonna get a man? When you gonna get a man? And, like, she probably was perfectly fine with not having a man, just
Right.
living her life with her girlfriends, going to her tea talks or whatever, and doing her appearances and so forth. She was probably perfectly happy. And these men felt like she needed a man, and so she looks up to Steve for whatever reason, and she appreciates Tommy for whatever reason. I mean, they may be her friends. Let me put it that way. Like, but it's just crazy to me that he really, you could hear it. Like, when I always use the word program, but he kind of instills this basic fear of going out, doing anything, always making her feel insecure about any and everything. Even the ultimatum call. He's like, when she says, people who are saying the bad things about me, yeah, it's hurtful. He's like, oh yeah, it's evil, huh? She's like, nope, they're doing their job. So she was starting to gain the independence, even just every, like y'all said a few minutes ago, all of her friends, every single person. She said specifically to him, Debbie's getting her lawsuit. Yeah, her husband was mean to her. Her husband was being mean to her, so she's gone. She's getting a divorce.
Hmm.
Oh, that nigga put her out, that fat bitch, that, sitting over there. Like, you don't know if Debbie's could not you don't know if Debbie's contributing to the household. You just assume that because you withdrew from her all the time, that everybody else is withdrawing from her all the time. Okay,
Yeah.
she's paying her daughter's rent, but she also has grandkids. Just because you are willing to shoot a few dollars at your son and call it, oh, that's parenting, or you brought your kids together and sat them down at Arby's,
stole him a
that's
car.
parenting. Huh?
Stole him a car.
Right. Like, you clown your son because your son has a house. Oh, that old ass house. He should be willing to put it up there. No, you putting all your money in that, but your son
But
is still
it's
trying.
his.
It
Right.
exactly is his. So he he's so inadequate.
Selfish. He's a
He's
selfish
selfish
individual.
Yes.
and inadequate. And he made Shirley, because Shirley is I think she was very much capable of being okay if she just waited, or had she looked a little bit closer at the men who were coming around. um She probably would. Her Prince Charming was probably around her the whole time. Her real Prince Charming, and because they just didn't, because Shirley is kind of shallow, and vain. She wanted a man who presented a certain way. She wanted a Steve, like who, an entrepreneur, a man who was out, who she thought was out there, a fast mover who was out there going to get it. She didn't
So
really think.
I
Hmm.
got a question. With Miss Shirley being older than Nesto, should she had been more on her toes, or is do she get a pass for just being in La La Land? Because like it.
She wasn't no old lady. She was just in her 50s when she got with the nigga.
Her late 50s. Yeah.
Yeah, she
But
wasn't
she's
no
still 10
old lady
years,
like she was out of her mind
which
and
10 years
senile.
isn't a lot at all, but still, it's
Yeah,
a whole
when you
decade.
57, yeah, I think she might have been
No,
57
but
or
I'm saying
something.
she wasn't like a younger woman falling for this game.
But she
She was,
didn't want
Right, right. I
much
think she should
though.
have been on her
Shirley
toes. I
Shirley
think she should
didn't
have been
want
on her
much
toes.
in a man, and she outlined that in her book. Again, what she wanted in a man was very vain. He needed
Yep.
to look good and love God. And you can look good and you can lie about loving God. So that's literally all
see,
she wanted.
Yeah, and I don't think she has much dating experience. I know it sounds funny, but as old as she is,
She do.
um, I don't think she had. I mean, she's not street smart when it comes to like
You don't
the
have to be street smart to have a
Right.
man.
this is my, like, okay, I'm just telling you my
Okay,
theory.
Vicky.
She don't sound, I mean, she may watch all this Love and Hip Hop and like Housewives of Atlanta and,
Yeah,
and th-
I don't count that as because those people aren't
what
street.
No.
They're just on TV.
I
Right.
don't think she
Yeah.
out went, because like a lot of us, I'm not telling you to tell your business. I'll tell my business. I've dated a lot. So you get to see the kind of creeps that are out there, and like you sometimes when they too nice, they you could tell when they love bombing you. That's a red flag. Sometimes you notice that kind of stuff. For her, it might be like, oh my gosh, he really is a good man. He's willing to, she doesn't give off the vibe that she is smart when it comes to like,
I
or
agree
very
with you,
well
Vic.
experienced
She
She may just
doesn't
dating.
pick
I
the
agree.
flirt.
wrong. She may just pick the wrong people all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like she could have dated 10 men, but just dated 10 bad men. You know what I'm saying? She just could
I was
just be
about to say
shallow.
I don't think she gives off experience, right? Like I've
Yeah, she
got a
could be
friend.
just.
I'm 51 and I've got a friend who's like about 2 years older than me, and I was married for almost 2 decades, and she has basically been single more than she's been in a relationship, and she, like I said, is now approaching her mid 50s. Shirley gives off to me, we in all fairness to her, because I like to be and give her and play devil's advocate, because I don't want to beat another black woman down. Shirley gives off to me as being in La La Land. She was looking for a Prince Charming. I think, like I said on a few panels back, she was very hard going for Steve Harvey, in my opinion, which was very inappropriate. But I don't think she meant it in an inappropriate way. But nevertheless, she was just very, very much like building this man up to a point where I felt like, as a woman and as his colleague, and for him being your boss, it was just over the top. And I think she genuinely just saw like, oh my God, he does this for his wife, and he's adopted her kids, and or allowed those kids to be adopted and have his last name. I think she misconstrues a lot of what a man does for a woman, and over sensationalizes it. Like Steve Harvey marrying Marjorie, aside from them kids who were underage, there's no need for you to adopt those kids, because they knew who their dad was. But at the end of the day, it's something that, obviously Marjorie, for whatever her reasoning was, she allowed it to go into fruition or whatever, and allowed it to be done, because I think it's two of them that actually have his name. And I think her oldest child was already married or something like that, or on the way to being married. But nevertheless, I think Shirley just looks at certain things that a man does, not even people, that a man does for a woman, and you over sensationalize and over credit. it. Like, to her, watching a man because maybe she hasn't been out in the dating scene in the times that she was married and dating, she had abusive relationships. She's kind of got this Stockholm syndrome thing, right? She kind of, is like the child who's getting beat by the parent, but they still go to that parent because that's what they know. So even though it doesn't seem like we've never heard anything about Nesto physically abusing her, he was still an abuser. It's what she identified with. And so therefore, when he did something and he said something or whatever have you, it just plumb outright for the most of us sound like he was ignorant and dumb. She called him a Southern gentleman. Oh, I just think, I just call you a Southern gentleman. No, he's actually stupid. And he just happens to be from the South, but it didn't make him a gentleman, and it damn sure didn't make him a nice person. But she took his ignorance as being something, as him being a Southern gentleman and a nice gesture. So her not being able, in my opinion, to seem like she knows how to identify, forget the fact of even being in a relationship. You got to know how to dissect and be out here and still keep that one eye open, even when they're not giving you a reason to doubt them. For you to just turn over everything you worked so hard for 60 years to this dude, and in less than 10 years, he turned your world completely upside down. That speaks volumes into, unfortunately, her not being a good picker when it comes to men. So I don't think, and I hope that she's not in any form or fashion at this time in her life. I get wanting to be, and have companionship, but I don't think at this point she's able to receive companionship because she just doesn't seem like she's been able to decipher a decent gesture versus somebody who's good and bad. If you can't even get the little basics and you keep getting into these cycles where you keep getting certain types of guys, she's gone from getting a physical abuse person, mental abuse person, to now, back to mental abuse. Like, there's something off there. And it's not to critique her. It's just to say something's missing, that all you got to do is pay her a compliment and you kind of win her over. Like Lady
Right.
T-Bug mentions that all the time. Like, if you disagree with her or you tell her she's wrong about something, oh, they don't like me, they want my life, they're jealous of my life. No, sometimes when you're wrong, it's just that you're wrong. Sometimes, and I used to always say this too, like I used to tell my younger sister, she's very fair skinned, beautiful young lady, long hair or whatever have you. And my aunt, during the time when my mom was having issues with her heart, and my aunt took care of us because we were the youngest two of our siblings, and my dad was working as well and stuff. My aunt used to tell my little sister, like, they're jealous of you. And when I used to get her by herself, I was like, hey, that may not always be the case. Sometimes your personality is not going to blend with another person's personality. That doesn't mean that they want what you are, want what you have,
Right.
or that they want to be you. Sometimes people just don't like you because of the energy that you put off. Doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It just means your energy and their energy does not mix. Your personality and their personality doesn't mix. But if she can't even decipher that you're criticizing something that she did, or you're not agreeing with her, and takes that as, because I'm not being your yes woman, that I don't like you or I'm jealous of you, there's a lot of other uprooted issues there with her. So now factor that into a guy who's, bringing you flowers every day, who's got the intention he just want to get some. She don't see that. She sees this dude is bringing me flowers. He want me. He thinks I'm the best thing since sliced bread. No, that may not be the case. Now, sometimes it could be he wants to get to know you. He wants to be able to do the best he can and be the best man for you. But then there's sometimes where he may just have the hidden agenda that he wants to hit it and quit it. And so all he has to do is bring you flowers, take you out for a couple of meals, and bang, he gets what he wants. And then when he gets bored with you, he puts you away. And
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, her being 60. And then again, we're always taught this, and it doesn't always necessarily mean in every situation is true, but we've all been taught, especially as women, I don't care what color you are, we mature faster than men. So for you to, be 60 and marry somebody who's 10 years your junior and get swindled, there's just some other things that's going on there. Because I'm not gonna beat her down. Like I said, I don't fault her for what happened to her. I fault her for how long she stayed. And that's always going to be if any judgment about her, that's what I judge. Not that you got, because I think it can happen to any of us any day, no matter how cautious we were. I think the mere fact that you stayed and the circumstances that had to prevail for you to get gone is disturbing. It's disturbing.
Well, I don't want to be faulting her either, but for her to be a voice on giving other people advice in some of their shaky situations, and this is your career. Like, if any of us got into this situation, we don't give advice to other people. I just go to my regular job. If I'm getting swindled or whatever, I'm a normal person. She's working under Steve. She got a letter, the strawberry letter, and this is what got me interested. This is why I'm here today. I've been hearing her give this advice and talk with all this conviction and this and that. So now that you meet this man, he moving a woman in. He's been in jail, not just a man that's been just moving along. The man been to jail maybe twice while y'all together. What good man is going to jail unless it's like a DUI or something? I don't even know why he went to jail. She has been around. She done seen a lot of things. She done lived in LA, Chicago, all of the stuff. She's probably been around the world. I cannot sit here in my mind and say that this woman just gave up everything. She just freely, I guess, wanted to do it, or just got so lazy, or wanted to do everything for my man, and was still doing everything for her man when he was behind bars.
Okay, so let me throw this scenario real quick, and let me puzzle your brain. Look at him, because this is what throws me off, and we talk about this on Lady T Bug's channel and Big Sis I Said What I Said's channel. How about him? You're a career criminal. If he didn't get got by Sonia, I don't know what y'all looking at, because he got swindled like a $2 hoe sitting up in a church. He is exposed. Okay, she got him. I don't care what nobody says. You are a career criminal. She brought you no evidence of being so connected. This man put his life in her hands. You see how God works? That's why I don't play with God. When you know you're doing wrong, stop bringing God in your nonsense. But this man sat up here and played on Shirley's top, and look what God did. He gave you just what you wanted. You thought he's telling Sonia without even a law degree, because she ain't never lied. She ain't never lied about being a lawyer. She lied about being so connected and knowledgeable. He put his whole life.
She worked in criminal
Shut
law.
Up, Lady T.
Criminal law and the Innocence
Shut
Project.
up, Lady T. Bug. I want to roll here.
Y'all know that I believe Sonia is the police.
Ladies go backwards and forwards. Cut it out. But real
Sonia's
talk,
the setup queen. For Sonia is the one.
But he did the same thing that we're critiquing Shirley. All I'm saying is I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. It happens to the best of them. She got by him, knowing that she should have known better, and he being the criminal that he is and the piece of garbage that he is, because at the end of the day, no matter what, when he wakes up, he knows who he is and he knows what his agenda is. He got by this no colon having, no edges having little piece of 85-pound garbage. He got swindled and put his whole life in her hand. Forget the advice of people who went and graduated law school, who was advising him. I don't care what nobody says. And he went against all of that and put all of his eggs in her basket, and they have all cracked. And it amazes me, because I'm like, damn, you didn't even see that she was swindling you? Like, she didn't know what she was talking about. She had a gift of gab, because that's what he thought he liked. She was talking that talk, like he was talking that pimp talk to her. And she was just saying all the right things, and he trusted everything, went against attorneys, even at the time, the ones that Shirley paid for, and put all his trust in her hands, and she couldn't even help to get you bailed out, but yet he still kept throwing them Hail Marys, hoping she would come through up until probably the last few months. He put all his eggs in that basket. So all I'm saying is it can go on all types of sides, because she took all of his prime people that truly believed in him and had his back, and still managed to isolate him away from those people. It's happening to the best of them. The only thing, and I've always said this from day one, what has saved Shirley is because, ignorant or not, well-versed or not, I believe she believes in her faith in God, and God looked out for his child and exposed the devil, which was her husband, for what he was. That's what saved Shirley. That's why Shirley, no matter what, the worst case is that she's just going to have to come out of this looking like an imbecile, and everybody having a judgment of how could she let herself do, but it's going to still spare her, because I believe her faith, unlike his, was true. Her dedication to God was true. And for that, God will reward her with protection. But at the end of the day, she got swindled by him, and he got swindled by Sonia. And Sonia is just a hot mess. And so therefore, it's going to be whatever it is for her. I try never to talk about her, because to me, she's irrelevant. And I agree with, I said what I said. She's only a factor because he made her a factor. But truth be told, you ain't even a factor in this. But the mere fact that all these people got Shirley's information and her social and stuff like this worries me for her.
Yep.
This worries me for her.
Yep.
It really does scare me, because these people who are not indicted, they, like you said, he was so free and willing to just pass around her information, her social, and her daughter's information as well. So it's absolutely frightening that he did not care. He put her in harm's way, and she could, the woman over that skinny woman, she could talk all she wants to about this and that, and she wants to badmouth Shirley because Shirley's coming out on top. Shirley's walking away with this, like, okay, she's walking away at least somewhat unscathed. I mean, yeah, her reputation took a hit, but as someone I think it was Lady Janice, I don't know who, it passed real quick, said in the comments, Steve's been married 3 times. Like,
it was Georgia Peach.
I'm sorry, Georgia Peach, but Steve's been married 3 times. And had books and movies talking about relationships. Just because this last one is working out, but that's the last one is the famous one. But according to his ex-wives, he ain't nothing. So I don't think that Shirley should be kept away from the strawberry letter. I do think she shouldn't, she maybe needs to rethink and reform the way that she does the strawberry letter. Don't be so harsh and judgmental. However, come at it in a softer approach, given that she is still going through the process of being scammed, swindled, and bamboozled, and pretty much her heart broken by this guy. But thank you, Lady C-Bug. My final thoughts are, and everybody on the panel, I don't know who was all up here. They thank y'all all. All good. Everybody had good points. But my last thoughts are, his attorney's doing what he's gonna do. What he's supposed to do. I would want to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. Seriously, I really would, because he's incriminated himself way too much. He has an advocate out in the streets who's still further incriminating him, and he has a co-advocate who is also making him look bad too. So his attorney can only, he's only working with so much, and he's doing what he's supposed to do, but the prosecution ain't playing. So those advocates also better be careful. But I would thank you, Lacey Bug, for the documents. One thing I'll message you on Instagram, but
Okay, call me.
yeah, okay. So, but yeah, this was good, but yeah, it just, we're gonna see that 21-day fast. We're gonna see, because I mean, are you gonna eat? Did you load? I mean, he had Dre. I wonder how much money. I wish we could get a log of how much money you could they put on their books. But Dre put some money on his books. He called Dre back. So I just want to let you know I got it. I got it. I got it. He called Dre back. So and the little bit put some money on his books. So he's still scamming from the inside. He
And
have
that's what I was gonna say about what
Mhm.
um Miss Boogie Down was saying. He was more focused on doing his same tricks. That's
Mhm.
why he got, because he used to having a leading lady to run the
Mhm.
scam part. He should have been focused on his charges instead of a woman. That's his
yeah
downfall each and every
Right.
time, right?
yeah
And
Right.
that's how he got because he was focused on the wrong thing. Carry
he
That's
on,
true.
Vicky, with
you
your
know
final thoughts.
he has been focused on the wrong thing the entire time. At first he was focused on trying to keep Shirley away from as much knowledge as possible. Like what she didn't know. He thought that everybody else, like, because he no not he's the only one who ultimately knows everything he was doing. But he wanted everybody just to go along with what he was requesting them to do. Stop your life, get me out of jail, be Shirley's do boy for me while I'm locked up. And then he started focusing on, some focusing on a woman. He
Yep.
was less focused on Shirley, who was the footing the bill for everything.
But he needed his crime partner, right?
He
He
needed his
needed the
crime
partner
me.
that's gonna put the businesses in their names. Okay. He needed that person like Miss Jones, Erica,
Uh,
Dominique,
Brianna.
Brianna.
He
Okay.
needed a coach. He
Yeah.
needed a boss
And
lady.
that's what he was trying to do with her. And he felt like he could do like he do with the other women. Okay.
But
Come inside her and then, have her
ooh,
thinking that
nasty. Nasty.
she is him. He thought he could coach her, put her in position. That's it. That's what happened.
But yeah, I mean he is getting his comeuppance. So whether he okay, let's just say magic trick, wet magic wand. Um, uh, I don't know. I forgot my Harry
She
Potter.
said, yuck.
I forgot my Harry Potter spells. But let's say magically he gets off. Okay, boom. He gets out or something, or is able to be released on some, whatever, gets released on bond or signature bond or something.
Just say he get out, Vicky. He
Let's
get
say
out.
he get out. What was
Hmm.
I just lost my train of thought. Let's say he
Just say
gets
he
out.
get out. What he gonna do? Where he gonna go? What you trying
What's
to
going?
say?
I mean, really, what's going to happen? Like, I mean, what can she do? She is his comeuppance. But I will say this: if he gets out, and then all of a sudden they just decide, like, hey, we're gonna drop this Rico. It's not worth it. We spent a lot of money on these Rico trials. We just, we're gonna drop the charges. The victims are no longer complaining. They're just gonna eat the money. Let's just say it's all lining up perfectly like some dominoes. All
Hmm.
right, he's already pretty much served a pretty hefty sentence with Sonia as his major contact, especially these last 6 months of just lunacy. I mean, his brain is rotted. Pretty much. I mean, he's pretty much. I mean, he's not healthy. He's like, you could tell he's depressed. He's got his best friend who is kind of like sort of not kind of messing with him, but not messing with him. His best buddy. He's got his son who's kind of sort of messing with him, but not really. But who else does he have? All of his other, nobody's gonna touch him with a 10-foot pole, at least at this present time. He has nothing. So like I said, if I were him, I'd just be like, guilty, Your Honor. Let me just go and do my prison sentence. I'm gonna confess to this. I really would just like, Your Honor, I'm an old man. I really can't do much. These last 3 years have taught me a lot about myself and the things that I was doing to hurt people. And I just beg for your sympathy because I really do want to be able to get out to see my kids and to see the rest of my grandchildren, whatever their names are. I think one of them's the big one, the other one's the little one, and the middle-sized one. And I think one of them the light-skinned one, and the one with
One
the
play
crooked
basketball, one play
one play
soccer.
basketball and the crooked teeth.
That's
So
it. Right.
I would like to see see them graduate. I don't really. I mean, I promise to do better. In Jesus' name, we be blessed. BLESS. Big dog, Nesto, Yana, please. And thank you, Lady Seabug. Well, good night, everybody.
All
Good
right.
night,
I'll be on
Big
the
Vic.
lookout for you to reach out to me.
Okay.
All right. Who's next with the last thoughts?
I just want to say, like again, my concern is more so like, Shirley, pretty much who has access to her information. Like lately, just hearing all of this and now seeing these documents be released and everything about uh, this truck and stuff like that. My prayer for her is bigger than whether this gets laid in or laid out, because at the end of the day, for those of us who profess to love the Lord, we already know his destiny and his sentence has already been ordained. So there's nothing. All we can do is hope for the outcome we think he deserves, but it's already written, right? His destiny, our destinies have already been written. My thing right now that I'm focusing on, and just the prayer that I can offer for her, is that like her information isn't out there, because yes, there are measures you can take, such as getting out here, changing your social security and putting LifeLock and stuff like that and alerts on. But Shirley is very oblivious. And so the caveat with that, because I think I said what I said, put that in the chat about, protecting her, she can protect her identity. It's not about whether she can. We've seen over these last few years just how much she's allowed herself to be exposed. And no matter how we look at her and how much she's slaying and she looks great for her age, at the end of the day, she is progressively like any of the rest of us who are over 50 years old. She's got more days behind her than she has ahead of her. And so I hope that she's taken not only the energy to better herself and of course better her relationship with her child and her grandchildren, but I hope that she is also taking into accountability of just taking responsibility for the situations that she's gotten herself in and doing what she needs to do to protect herself. These folks, all these fake emails and stuff like that, plus stuff that we don't know, it's very concerning to me, because her information is out there. And because of who she is and being a low level, but like I'm not gonna go all the way and call her a Z-lister, but I'll say she's about a C-lister celebrity. She is still of celebrity status. She is still a known name. She may not be a household name, but she is known to a lot of people. And I just hope that she comes encounter in these next years of her life with more people who mean her good, because she's already come, in my opinion, for a lifetime with enough people that mean her harm. Like, this man has exposed her to his little small idiot group, and Lord knows who they've given her information to and stuff like that. They always say, like, when they shut down all of these internet scamming sites, for every 100 that they putting down, another 1,000 appear within the next day or two. So that's scary if her information is out there like that or whatever. But I just say, like, as far as she goes, like I said, my prayer is that she's just doing the work to better her relationship with her, be more mindful of, not necessarily, because you can pray for any and everybody, but just be more mindful and be more intuitive and apply the word to how you're actually living and what you're doing and not doing to keep yourself out of harm's way. As always, Lady T-Bug, I enjoy your channel. I enjoy the panel. I want to get down there so I could give you a little super sticker, because I really, really appreciated this and just all the hard work that you do. You're the best. And everybody that was up here is great to always just be able to have this community of us, as just, especially as Black women. We are like an endangered species. People don't realize that we are the hardest working, the most utilized, and the most underappreciated. And so the mere fact that, we have these small circles, I don't want to bash Shirley. I don't even want to bash Cynthia. I just want us as Black women to just, since we're learning and we're knowing better, we just got to do better. We got to be more supportive. And for those of the Cynthias of the world who really I think, the part of the reason why she claims to dislike us is because she's not accepted. But again, I pray that you do the work that you need to do so that people can tolerate you, accept you, and deal with you. And just know that in life, a lot of times doesn't always have to mean people are hating on you or wanting to be you because they don't like you. Sometimes you're just not going to be liked no matter how hard you try. So as long as you know that you're doing the best that you can and you're being pleasing to God, the rest will fall in place. And whomever is not meant to be there for you, he will remove them. Just remember, when you pray that prayer, you got to be ready to receive the direction that he's giving you. And hopefully she's opening her eyes as far as Shirley goes to see that and removing herself from people who mean her no good. Have a blessed night, everybody, and take it easy.
Thank you, Miss Boogie Down. All right, out the bushes.
Okay, I just want to say,
What
I
happened?
don't want to take the strawberry letter from Miss Shirley, but I just think that if that's your job, you should be a little more, diverse in situations like that. But then Wendy was judging people and was married to Calvin. So it is what it is. How I want to say thank God that Shirley is a woman of the Lord and all of that, because she been protected the whole way. Even though she got the ill-begotten gains, all of the above, but really, that's what been protecting her. So yes, Nesto is working. He threw what he can, and I'm ready for the case to see if he gonna take a plea or not.
Mhm.
I hope Miss Shirley got the extra money. She deserve it. She needs to, as soon as this is over, come out, write her story, her book, flip it, and get her paper. I don't want to be a judge. It's just that I don't want to be oblivious when I get her age. I want to have my eyes open. And this is eye opening that it can happen at any age, younger, older, in the middle. And I don't want to be men bashing, but these men is they're scandalous out here.
Right.
They after everybody.
Yes.
And so we just all got to keep our eyes open and learn a lesson. And I'm so happy I was able to make it up here. We was able to go through these documents and these theories. And I missed you. I was out here slinging the hero bread today on my side gig and at the Whole Foods market because it is $8.99. Okay. Um, and I'm happy you're back. And we're gonna keep our eye on it and continue with this case study.
All
So
right. Thank you.
you're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Shan, do you have last thoughts? I don't even know if she's still up here, baby. She over there watching the game. Okay, let me read. If she pop up, then she can do her last thoughts. Okay, my last thoughts. I hope Buckwheat goes to court, gets convicted, and sentenced to 99 years for each witness. Oh my. I think she has it, but yeah, hasn't hit the way that she thought it would. He thought that he would be more proud of her because he recommended for Shirley Nesto a study that. Yeah, you see where I was going with that, Georgia Peach. Cynthia can't be coached. She's slow and she know everything. They said, what about the bigamy? I said what I said. Shan said, what about the bigamy? Yes, I agree, but she don't have the knowledge or connections, and the calls were released to the public, so it killed her plans to scam. Okay, Miss E. They don't need a victim for the bigamy or the portion with Erica, right? Because baby, that folks say I did it. Erica has already admitted her guilt, right? My last thoughts are they need to wrap this case up because the way I'm snack, the way she's snacking y'all and listening to these calls is ridiculous. This case stopped my weight loss. We got to get back on track. Nope, judges aren't stupid. Y'all, okay, Friday just laughing. I'm just laughing. He's a narc. I agree. He would live with Cynthia, but quickly start another scam. And she crazy. So he would leave and go live with another woman. Okay. Try take him down into the homeless shelter. That's throwing himself on the mercy of the court will not work for the career criminal. Yeah, baby, he got 19 cycles. Alexa, play Got a big ego by Beyonce. So that's a no. He wanted to clear his name and prove everybody wrong. Miss E said he got a big ego. It's too big. It's too wide. Don't forget going forward. I'll try to get divorced too. Okay. They say God mercy has run out for Nesto. So Nesto try. They say you might as well get on that tablet, get on the phone, eat them sausage, eat that cereal. Don't worry about no fast. It's already written. That's what the folks say in the chat. That man exposed her to the high level low lives. Her information is on the black market and he doesn't care and she doesn't check that stuff. And to talk about her information, I still go back to when Nesto did the oh God, I just drew a blank. The paperwork with Cynthia to go into the bank account. To me, you know, I feel like that was probably a joint bank account with Nesto. And now she has access to what Shirley was buying, you know, purchasing, you know, personal expenditures and things like that. POA from the POA, power of attorney. I'm sorry, I drew a blank. So I agree with y'all. I do hope that she finds clarity, peace, and maybe love. That's for Shirley. Do your research, protect your assets. Stay down with your day one, period. Thank you, Friday, for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate it. Chocolate drop, as always. I enjoy you all. Thank you, Lady T Bug. Have had a great time. What a great time we had over here. I'm glad y'all enjoyed it. Thank you for supporting the front porch. Okay, we have a super sticker, Lady T-Bug. Thank you for the porch gathering. God bless you. Thank you. Okay, Celebrity Born. Thank you, Lady T-Bug, for letting me speak. I apologize for taking over the no problem, no problem. You must be sparkly ice. Okay. No problem. Lady T-Bug, great show, great panelists, convo chat, bush watchers, replay game. We appreciate all of y'all. God protects babies and fools. Oh Lord. Chum. Mine out wide open. I was trying to say it, Miss E. Dang. You're welcome, Miss Boogie Down. Thank you, Lady T. Well, panel and chat. You guys are the best, and I am grateful to have stumbled upon my virtual family here. Have a great rest of the day. Yes, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all evening, y'all day. It's 10:10 here PM. Baldy don't care about shit. She thinks she famous. She really do. YouTube famous. Thank you, Miss Boogie Down, for the super chat. He will run off with Sydney's car title. Yeah, I asked y'all, have anybody actually seen her in this mini coupe? Because I was getting conflicting information from her. Thank you, panelists in chat, for joining Lady T-Bug on the front porch. Until next time, I hope Shirley is moving differently now. I think it's a tough and it's a hard lesson to learn, of course, right? But I think she got the memo. Somebody quoting Tashima for her to brag about seeing bank statements and insurance cards. Right, Georgia Peach. Share will let the bigamy slide. Muffin, thank you. You're welcome. Glad you enjoyed. You are the best. I'm having a ball with y'all. That's what it's all about. And of course, we can all have different opinions. We can respect that, right? We can agree to disagree. I have enjoyed tonight. Okay, y'all got all y'all chores done. Y'all cooked y'all food. Y'all did y'all laundry. What else did you do? Your hair, baby. That y'all should have got everything done in these 4 hours that we was up here cutting up. Okay, I did all my chores yesterday. I just forgot that I didn't have nothing to eat today because I wasn't home for a whole week and I didn't take anything out. But all right, y'all, I'm gonna let y'all go. I had so much fun, of course. And I was taking notes too, child. When I was over here quiet, I was taking notes for some of these things that you guys have spoke about that I didn't think about. But Sean, let me see what I got up here that we could put on to take us up out of here. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all evening, night. afternoon, whatever time zone you guys are on. Let me see what I got. Sure. It's fake news, baby. It's the lies. Okay. Candy say it's the lies. I enjoyed you too, honey. Say that. Lame lie. Okay. I sure did. Just finished doing my hair. Okay. So I knew somebody was doing their hair. Baby, look at the Pinocchio. Listen, we leaving with Unc and the fortune teller. Good night, y'all. Y'all, Unc better tighten up over there. Be letting the little snow bunnies take them out.